our two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Macron, have adopted a roadmap in 2019 to work together. And since then, we've been very forceful. As I speak today, both of them were having lunch in Bali during the G20, and I can tell you that they have discussed this issue also over lunch. And we keep on. On Friday in Delhi, we're going, I'm very sorry he couldn't join today. We're going to have a visit of our Minister for Digital Affairs, Mr. Barrot, and he's going to meet with your Minister of State. He's going also to visit some incubators and to go to a lab at IIIT Delhi and to see how we can develop new cooperations. Delighted that many of you could join today, that we have in the room some great startups. We have, I think, do we have Mr. Data from Ola? Not yet. It's going to join soon. I mean, it's a great unicorn. And we have a great ecosystem, I must say. Right now, French companies are really invested into India. We have more than 600 French companies. We are employing a lot of staff. Companies like Capgemini, their headcount in India is right now nearly 200,000, and they are still hiring some new staff. The plan in the next 6 months is to hire 50,000 extra. And so the tech sector is very strong, and we also have a great group of startups. You may know them. They are regrouped in what we call French Tech, which is a wonderful grouping, very dynamic, and always ready to help to connect with Indian sister companies and to try to see if they can do jointly some project, to work together, exchange on ideas, but also on best practices, innovation, and how we can partner. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do great projects in the future. I mean, everybody in France is amazed by the dynamism of the tech sector in India. I must say that this year, India was the guest of honor at Vivatech, which is in France the largest and most impressive meeting yearly over tech. And I guess that some of you may have participated and have gathered new ideas. Well, that being said, I'm not going to be very long today. I'm not the specialist. We have an ambassador for digital, Mr. Verdier, coming from Paris to address us. And we have many very able speakers today. So I'm going to refrain from any further comment, just to say I'm very looking forward to hearing your debate, your discussions, and to see how we can move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I invite Mr. Henry Verdier, Ambassador of France for Digital Affairs, to deliver the keynote speech.
So, good afternoon. So today you have two French ambassadors for the price of one. That's sales season. Thank you very much, dear Emmanuel, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you to the organizer of the Bangalore Tech Summit and the authorities of Karnataka. I'm very happy to be there, to be again in Bangalore. Now I come quite 3 times a year, and to assist to this wonderful event. I'm very happy also to share with you some views regarding this very important topic. We'll discuss today about sovereignty. So of course, India understands sovereignty more than most countries in the world, you will discover how close we are, and I want to elaborate a bit about this. First, sovereignty matter. Most countries in the world did renounce to sovereignty. They live in foreign infrastructures, they buy foreign culture, they don't care. Other countries make a kind of confusion. They think that sovereignty is a kind of hegemony. You have to be the leader, or a kind of protectionism. You have to protect yourself. Even some of them consider that sovereignty is a right of the government to do whatever he wants within his borders. India and France, we don't think this, but we think that self-determination matters, that strategic autonomy matters. And the second thing is that we are democracies. And I think that in all countries, we consider that there is a link between democracy, between the sovereignty of the people and the sovereignty of the state. Because you don't have any free people if the state cannot impose the decision of the sovereign people. In France, for example, we cherish privacy. We decided after years of religion wars that we want a kind of laicity. We decided that the public expression of racism or anti-Semitism or homophobia is forbidden. This is a decision of the free people. We have to be able to implement this decision, to enforce this system. There is a strong connection for democracies between fundamental rights, citizen rights, and the sovereign state. And here again, we are few countries in the world to understand this like this. And of course, but you know this, our sovereignty can be threatened. I will just ask one question. Don't answer, but think about this. How many people, states, organizations, or even companies can spy you? Think about this. How many people, states, organizations, or even companies can disconnect you? How many people, states, organizations, or company can jeopardize your economy? If anyone can spy you, disconnect you, or jeopardize your economy, you are not free. You are not sovereign. This is why we have to take a kind of control back. So this is not a matter of being hegemonic, about controlling the other, about promoting your value, your soft power. This is a matter of self-determination. And that's why in France we have a comprehensive agenda, and we did work a lot with our partners in Europe to promote within Europe a certain vision of sovereignty. And this is a 4-step agenda. The first step, very often people forget it, is about cybersecurity. We need more cybersecurity policies. We need to spread more capacities worldwide, of course, because as you know like me, that if we have one weak state somewhere, or one weak company in our supply chain, we are in danger. So we need to spread cyber capacity. We need maybe to engage a bit more the private sector because we need a better infrastructure, more resilient infrastructure, a better IT. And we did work a lot within the Paris Call and with a lot of fora. Most of you are members of those initiatives because we need to make collective progress too. The second thing is you, because is entrepreneurship, industry, companies. This story of the digital revolution is a story of innovators, is a story of fast-growing companies, is a story of de facto standards. So you don't decide to be sovereign with bureaucrats. You need strength, you need creation, you need innovation. We have to face today some important monopolies, and in Europe we don't like monopolies. But they did invent some markets, so of course, obviously they are monopolies. They did create the markets. We cannot deny this. So then we'll regulate a bit, but we can recognize that those companies did create their own market because they were fast evolving companies and very innovative, and we can admire it and respect it. So you are a very, very important part of any sovereignty strategy. Without creation, without innovation, without economic strength, you are just an observator. You don't sit on the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger's seat. So that's why we consider that the economic policies, those creative ecosystems are very, very important part of sovereignty. The third thing is to regulate a bit. I don't know how you see this, but if we want to guarantee a level playing field, if we want to guarantee innovation and competition, if we want to protect fundamental freedoms, if we want to avoid some companies to be stronger than states regarding disinformation or, I don't know, hate speech, we need regulatory framework. And yes, in Europe, we are excellent to design regulatory framework, and we can exchange if you want. I think that some of them are very fundamental, like the GDPR. Maybe the implementation of the GDPR is a bit difficult. I was a state CIO for France. I had to implement it. I recognize that it can be difficult. But the idea is that the exchange of private data is organized with the consent of the user is so important. And you will discover soon the last piece, the last creation, the Digital Service Act, which try to build a responsibility framework for the social networks in front end, within a conversation in front end of an independent authority. It will be very important. And I conclude saying, so I said sovereignty needs cybersecurity, needs strong companies, creation, entrepreneurship, needs a good regulatory framework, but there is one last thing, and here again, India and France, we are very like-minded. You need also to protect the public core of internet, the digital commons, the open standards, free software, the public infrastructure, and of course we do admire a lot the Indian stack and this perspective, the fact that with a public open infrastructure, you can foster, you can leverage your economy, but you can also guarantee a kind of sovereignty, and you can make it in an open way, and people can see, understand, and why not control what's happened. So this idea that we need also to have a common knowledge, a public space, a civic space, a public core, shared infrastructures, shared governance, and to protect the common. Sovereignty is not just about sovereign states and strong companies trying to be excellent. It's also to build a non-rival view of sovereignty, a cooperative view. The more we have free software, the more we have Linux, Wikipedia, OpenStreetMap, open standards like TCP/IP, the web, the more we are free, but the more our friends are free too. This non-rival, non-hegemonic view is something that we have in common, France and India, and I hope, and that's why I come so often in India, we'll propose this to the rest of the digital world, and that's why I hope that we will have, now I give the floor to the main bodies, so the companies themselves, but this topic is very fundamental. It's a matter of freedom, it's a matter of democracy, it's a matter of prosperity and independence. We rely on you, the creators, the innovators, but we also need this broader view and this sense of what's happened through this digital revolution. Thank you very much for your invitation, and now I'm thrilled to listen to you.
Thank you, sir. I welcome the moderator of the session, Ms. Saud, CEO, Link Innovations, and I hand over the session to her.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Is it better? It's better. Mr. the Ambassador, we heard you. No worries. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, especially with some of my co-panelists. and in the presence of our ambassador, Mr. Emmanuel Lenin, Consul Général, and Mr. Henri Verdier, the ambassador of digital affairs in France. So my name is Sueten Fish. I'm the co-president of La French Tech. What is La French Tech? La French Tech is the community, the business community of startups, of French startups in India. So we bring together the French startup community and we build gateways to the Indian ecosystem. So we are gateway builders, bridges, and we are hoping to work with all of you to build better bridges, stronger bridges for our startup communities to work and create business opportunities on both sides. I'm also the co-founder and the CEO of Link. Link is an innovation partner for large MNCs. We specialize in driving innovation and digital transformation. So we do so by leveraging the ecosystems of startups, academia, researchers, etc. Recently, we executed IFTech. IFTech is a unique program. It's the first of its kind. It's an Indo-French tech program dedicated, created, designed for Indian startups to discover opportunities in the French market and for French startups to discover the wealth of opportunities that the Indian market can be. So this unique program has been founded by La French Tech and also by the METI, the Ministry of Electronics and IT in India. So as Link, we had the pleasure of supporting many companies such as Rolls-Royce, Total Energy, Honeywell Aerospace, etc., Adani, Capgemini as well. While supporting these companies, we work closely with their CIOs and their digital teams, and we witness the worrying growth of cybersecurity. The need of digital upskilling and the growing place that digital technologies are taking in our lives. Attacks carried out on digital networks highlight the new challenges facing states, economic actors, and citizens themselves to preserve their digital sovereignty. So what we have seen and what we are all witnessing is that the fundamental instruments of sovereignty have become indistinguishable from the tools of technology power. Here today, we will have represented from major sectorial actors, such as Schneider Electric, Dassault Systèmes, the French brilliant scale-ups of OVH and Lyra, as well as an upcoming cybersecurity startup, Corallium. We will discuss the notion and the opportunities of digital sovereignty. So let me just, I would say, give you some context about what is for us digital sovereignty and the pillars that are digital upskilling and cybersecurity. Today, the architecture and governance of the internet have become the new theater of international conflicts between states, but also with industrial players. In fact, the evolution of internet technologies like Web3, industrial IoT, etc., 5G, etc., should also accelerate this phenomenon and the integration of internet technology into our daily lives. This evolution should give French and Indian startups and Indian companies the opportunity to develop new services while preserving their privacy and the confidentiality of their exchanges. I'm not sure if you know of that, but in the past 2 months, in fact, even less than 2 months, new forms of regulation have seen the light of day in India, of course, with the Digital Indian Act, but also in France and on a European scale with the Digital Market Act, the DMA, and the Digital Service Act, the DSA. These two texts have been adopted by the European Parliament, and the DMA especially targets big tech companies. The DMA proposed to classify certain platforms, basically the big tech companies, according to the number of users, capitalization, etc. And they make them what they call gatekeepers. These gatekeepers have now higher regulations basically to prevent them from abusing their market power and allow smaller and new players to enter the market. I would urge you to take knowledge of the DMA and the DSA. And of course, the Digital Indian Act. Hopefully, you guys know of these. They are, in fact, the new playbook for our digital companies. Today, the functioning of organization is based on computer tools, dominated by this very, very limited number of US and Chinese tech giants. So to give you some numbers, 83% of the world desktop market are running on Microsoft Windows operating systems. So I'm an engineer I'm an engineer, and when I see this type of common mode, of ubiquity of one technology, you know that it's a recipe for failure. 80% of architecture microprocessors used worldwide, 80% used worldwide are Intel processors. In France, I don't know the numbers for India, but in France, 80% of our internet data flow transits through the US. So how do you define your sovereignty as a country when 80% of your internet flow goes into the hands of another country? So this systemic vulnerability in systems is designed without having integrated cybersecurity in their initial design. In one generation, cyberspace has become the main battleground between principles of sovereignty and universal values, between democratic regimes and authoritarian governments. So in the meantime, the necessary new regulations planned to protect the data of citizens and companies are redefining some of our public and individual freedoms, sometimes with negative externalities, such as surveillance, censorship, etc. So today, between the crisis of COVID-19 that revealed the critical importance of technology, rising US-China tension are an additional intensive for both France and India to develop our own digital capabilities. We need to preserve our open market in digital services, while we need to protect the interests of citizens. Again, I want to add the fact that we are business people. So what we do and what we need to do is to support this digital sovereignty, and this is what we want to discuss together today. And also that as cybercrime becomes even more prevalent, this year it's expected to account for $6 trillion in losses, making it more profitable than the entire global trade in illegal drugs. Just think of that. As cybercrime becomes more prevalent, it's imperative that leaders champion a cybersecurity strategy that is robust enough to repel the vast majority of attacks and ensure the organizations are resilient enough to quickly recover if any of them succeed. So right now, I would like to invite my co-panelists to come and start our conversation together about digital sovereignty. So I would like to call Nikhil Pathak, Vice President of Schneider Electric, Vice President of Marketing and Business Development, Schneider Electric India. Rajiv, Director of Public Sector from Dassault. Rajesh from Lyra. Clément, of course, our co-founder of Corallium and a participant in the IFTEC program. And Sylvain will join us virtually. Hopefully we have him. Okay, good. All right, please take a seat. I will start with one round of presentation, please. So, can you hear me? Yes. I would like you to tell us about you and about the activities of your organizations. If we can start with you, Nikhil.
Yeah, good afternoon, and very happy to be here. It's a privilege to be part of this eminent panel and talking to all of you. I represent Schneider Electric. If I have to introduce, we help our customer to bridge the gap between progress and sustainability, because we are hugely focused on sustainability with a focus on energy management and industrial automation. Last year, Schneider Electric has been recognized as the most sustainable corporation in the world. And it's the French multinational with a sizable presence in India. This year, Schneider Electric in India has been considered as the best place to work. So that's what I can introduce. We want to be digital partner of our customer, and from plant to plug, that's where our play is on energy management and industrial automation.
Thank you, Nikhil. Clément?
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank you for your invitation. So my name is Clément Maes, and I for the small actors and for all the question of sovereignty. And I'm here in India to explore the Indian markets and maybe later to make another Coalium company based in India.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction. It's a great afternoon. Bengaluru Tech Summit itself is a massive platform for all of us to come together and present ourselves. I'm very lucky to be a part of this eminent panel. A great moderator, great session, great panels. We have great dignitaries here and great people. I'm sure this is going to be a very intellectually stimulating session. My name is Rajesh Desai. I'm the CEO and the Managing Director of Lyra Network India. What do we do? We have been, India celebrates 75 years of glorious independence. Bengaluru Tech Summit, as the minister said, celebrates 25 years of celebration. Lyra India in India celebrates 15 years of success. So we've been a company for 15 years in Lyra in India. And what is that we do? We are into the digital payments arena. We are a technology company. We are a fintech company. We have been enabling the Indian government and helping the government of India in its nation's digital building process. So we have taken multiple government projects. We have taken private sector projects and helped India in building a nation, a very strong nation when it comes to digital. And that's what our forte is. Of course, as the discussion progresses, we will dwell more into what we do and what is that we can do further. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rajiv Armadka. I represent this company called Dassault Systems. I head the Global Affairs and the Public Sector Division. And thanks, Sir, for giving us this opportunity to be on the panel. Dassault Systems, most of you would know, but then we create technology so that companies can create new products. And they say that toothpaste to airplane, any new product which comes out would have been touched by Dassault Systems technology at least once in its life cycle. So we virtually design the product, simulate the product, and also virtually manufacture the product. And we manage the full life cycle of the whole product. And that's about Dassault Systems. So over to you.
Thank you. Sylvain, if you can hear us. Hi, yeah.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I guess it's a yes, yeah.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to apologize for not being with you. The travel arrangement made it so that I'm attending virtually, but I will be fully committed to this great topic of digital sovereignty. I represent OVH Cloud, for which I'm an executive director and board member. I've been with the company for 5 years. I'm in charge of the commercial development internationally. I'm talking to you here from Singapore. OVH Cloud is actually the only European company part of the top 10 of cloud provider around the world. Top 10 cloud provider around the world are only made of US companies and Chinese companies. OVH Cloud is the only non-US or Chinese companies that is offering cloud services. What we do actually is offer services that are based on the usage of the customer, and our mojo is to say that we need people to have the freedom of choice. So the cloud is a tool, and it's a tool that enables people to innovate, and the technology you are using with the cloud is something you control, and not the other way around, because at some point the technology can also be a kind of a control on what you do, and this is not what we want. This is innovation for freedom that is driving us, and freedom is a key aspect of the development of the economics and also the emergence of innovations and startups. So that's what we are all in for. We are present in APAC with our own data centers. We have approximately 35 data centers around the world, but data centers in Singapore, in Sydney, and soon in Mumbai, a few months from now.
Thank you very much, Sylvain. So we'll come back to the role of OVH as a strategic partner for France and for India. So first, I would like to discuss this notion of digital sovereignty. Maybe we'll start with you, Nikhil. So what is your understanding, and how do you comprehend this notion?
Well, for India, we know that we are going to have the guideline or the bill regarding digital sovereignty going to be tabled soon in Parliament in the upcoming session. So we don't have a law per se at this point of time. And I think much of the things is left to government. But yes, the essential thing is that we must have a guideline rule which protects individual interests, right? So I mean, we cannot live without digital sovereignty, where the data is our day-to-day part of our life. That's number one. Now from Schneider Electric, we don't influence or decide. We don't decide on that. But the way we see that more data, and this provides a huge opportunity for the co-location provider or a data center in India. And there's a huge proliferation which is also happening in India. So this is how the economy gets impacted. And data center today is the most power-hungry infrastructure in the world because it consumes so much of power. So how do we contribute? And the way we contribute is that we work with the colo, our cloud and service provider, and making the data center more efficient. Because when we see that there are more guidelines coming to host data in the country, and we have 650 megawatt of power or installed capacity for data center, which would have 600 megawatt over the next 5 years. Obviously, we need to help our customer to bridge the gap between progress and sustainability. So we have a huge play there to make data center more efficient, working with our customers. So in a way, we are also helping the digital sovereignty initiative.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Nikhil. And I think the role of giants like Schneider Electric and Dassault, but as well as OVH, are extremely critical for our digital sovereignty. Sylvain, can you tell us how you and OVH contribute to this digital sovereignty?
Yeah, so maybe a quick definition, just so everybody understand what we mean by sovereignty, because I traveling the world, you understand that actually sovereignty has a different meaning depending where you see it around the world. But I would like to propose a distinction. So you have the sovereignty of the data and the sovereignty of the technology. On the sovereignty of data, I mean, our position at OVH Cloud and the way we are delivering services to the community of tech companies or corporations that are migrating to the cloud, is that we do not make any compromise with the sovereignty of data. The data a company or an individual is generating, they are yours. It can't be someone else. And it comes from far away, actually. If you think about the spirit of the law in Europe, data is equal to people. There is no distinction. The right of people is equal to the right of data, which is a big distinction with the way, for example, the United States are considering data. Data and people are not equal. Data is a product, and that's the way it goes. So you see this gap already is something that we are very much aware of, and the way we contribute to the digital sovereignty is by making no compromise on the way the data is being managed, treated. So it's always the property of the users, of the companies that are producing it. The technical sovereignty, though, something different. It's obviously, from the extractions of the raw material to produce the device, the chipset, and so on. You understand that you cannot be autonomous as a country. Like, there is no country around the world that is autonomous, actually, not even the US or China. So the way we look at the technology and the independence of the technology and the sovereignty of the technology is to make sure that they are tools that you can control and orchestrate with no link or access from an external organization that can influence, change, modify, or at some point, completely conflict with your activity. Them is centrally managed somewhere and is being distributed everywhere. By definition, this way of working is having roots into some external sources that are controlling the execution. So the way you choose your SaaS solution, you have to be extremely careful with regards to what you want to protect and what is it that you want to execute as a command. So no compromise on the data. The technical aspect of things needs to be built in such a way that the user is controlling the tool and not the other way around. that's the way we build our services. And in our opinion, the best way to move forward is to promote open technology, because with open technology, you just grant access to everybody to control the technology and not just to undergo things in a way that at the end of the day, you realize, oh my God, I'm just out of law, or I'm compromised. So that's the way we see it.
Thank you. Very interesting way of looking at it. So data are basically is citizens. And so it's a data democracy. So Rajesh, can you elaborate on your notion of the notion of Lyra about digital sovereignty and data sovereignty?
Yeah, sure. To add to what you said, or rather digital sovereignty in a nutshell, according to me, is your ability to manage or control your digital footprint, which includes means of sharing data in a very controlled manner or a controlled fashion, restricting its usage under your own governance. So, data, governance, all play an equal part when it comes to digital sovereignty. He said there are two components of, the gentleman said there are two components of digital sovereignty when it comes to data as well as technology. I would like to add to that from my perspective. Of course, you have two components. Digital sovereignty has two components, data sovereignty as well as technology sovereignty. But there are three key points to it. The three key points are where, who, and how. Where, who, and how. Where is the data used? Where is the technology implemented? Who? Who's using the data or who's accessing the data? Who's implementing the data? How? Are there any laws, regulations that apply to my data? Can technology be used to forbid my data being used or use my data rather? So these three critical components add up to these two components, So where stands for geography, who stands for operations, and how stands for regulations. So in a nutshell, I think this graph sums up what I think of, or what Lyra rather thinks of data sovereignty.
Thank you very much. Rajiv, what is your take?
Well, for us, it's very different from the place where I come from. Okay, we serve three major markets. One is manufacturing, the other one is life sciences, the other one is cities and territories. Now, earlier, say 10 years before, maybe for the last 1980s till the early 2010s, you could do technology anywhere. You could have French technology, but then take this technology to India or US or anywhere, and then create products there. And with that, you could create airplanes or you could create automobile, anything. But then the data would always be in the R&D, and it was not going out of the R&D. So the whole thing of data being sovereign was not coming at all, because it was always residing inside the R&D. But as time progressed, with all the cloud coming in, so this is where it's very important for us that we secure the data, which is very vital, like for example, the R&D data or the drug discovery data or even the people data or the cities data. And this is where we depend on people like Outscale or OVH to actually maintain the server part of it. But the technology, we still propose that you don't need to reinvent the whole wheel. You don't need to take another 30 years to create maybe the technology that we have done. You don't need to recreate that French technology 30 years locally in any country. Have a technology which you could use in any country, but then the data could be actually localized. And that for us is the real digital sovereignty.
So beyond the monopoly, the obvious monopoly that some of the giant tech companies that are based in the US and China, beyond this, beyond the monopoly, the risk is also integrated, as we've just seen, into I would say the fragility of our systems and the common mode. I would say the hegemony of some of the solutions that we can find everywhere. So I'd say open source solution, as Sylvain was saying, is a type of solution. The other one is, in fact, cybersecurity. How do you defend yourself? How do you defend your clients? So maybe Clément, you can tell us about what is the sector today, like what it looks, the cybersecurity sector and cybersecurity attacks that you can face.
Yes.
So in France right now, I will focus more about the small companies, because for the big companies, this is something that the government decide. So they have to take care of not using Chinese solution, Russian solution, American solution, for example. And for the small companies, at the beginning when we were working with our clients, it was not a focus for us to take a look to the data storage, to the solution for the nationality of the solution. So after that, we were discussing with our clients and we took a look. We realized that they have bigger clients like ministries, hospital, sometimes the French army. So it's important for them to be sure of the data storage and all the conformity of the solution they are using. So now for us, this is a strategic direction. And we are also realizing that there is in the startup ecosystem. So yesterday I visited a startup incubator in Bangalore, and I was asking to them, why do you have all this partnership with Amazon, with Google, and with all these solutions? Because you are giving them your solution and your data. Why are you doing that? Because we are doing the same in France, and we are now, this is our direction in Corallium, to tell to these people, to tell to the startup, okay, stay focused on your technology first, but you also have to take care of where your data and where all your algorithm is going.
Thank you very much. So, Nikhil, how do you help your clients mitigate these risks? How do you support them through solutions, through your solutions? How do you create this defense system?
Yes, interesting. So look, I think data today is one of the lifeline for human being. I will put it that way, right? Because ever since you get up in the morning, you start dealing with data till the time you go to sleep. And let's also understand that cyber security is the devil which changes the shape and size every day. So the solution which is today may not necessarily work tomorrow. And we are more focused on OT, because when we talk about Industry 4.0 and the technology what we provide, we are increasingly concerned about the security with an operational technology. And just imagine that when you are dealing with 10 of the top 12 global oil and gas company, and if the OT security is not powerful, then you can imagine the consequences. So it's extremely important. So the EcoStruxure platform, which is our IoT platform in Schneider, we kind of call this defense in-depth mechanism, and that's the architecture that we deploy. And we follow possibly the gold standard for security, which is 62443. So one is create an architecture with a very strong defense mechanism and more focus on OT. Now, of course, it's going to get integrated with IT. So for IT, we have an ecosystem of people with whom we develop that. Beyond that, we focus on design, build, operate, and maintain. And we have a cybersecurity services. So it's not only that you go and install, but we can also educate, we can train, and also manage the cybersecurity. So it's an end-to-end kind of a solution that we would like to provide. But yes, I think more work to be done on cybersecurity, but it is something which is so essential for us that is so critical with Industry 4.0 going, and we are seeing proliferation of IoT everywhere.
Thank you, Nikhil. It's just a question, I'd say, about, I think we've discussed now the awareness. I think, Sylvain, you kept coming back to the notion of people should know, our clients should know, companies should know, this need of understanding what it means to today be interacting with that many solutions. Some of them are hidden to most of the general public, and as well as to your own teams internally. So your engineers, your talent, your pool of talents, how do you upskill them? How do you make sure that they stay relevant in a fast changing environment, digital environment? We know that the adoption of technology is at the fastest pace possible today. How do you upskill your digitally, or how do you do this digital upskilling of your teams internally? Maybe you can start.
So digital upskilling is a very critical skill which is required at this point of time. I mean, look at the pandemic 2 years ago or 3 years ago. 2 months of pandemic did what we could do in 2 years. It changed the entire Pandora. It changed the entire scene. Remote working, mobile working, cloud. I mean, it changed tremendously in a few months after pandemic started. You would not expect somebody who would not be skilled to cater to this or address to this to work on this immediately. So reskilling and upskilling are two parts of it, are extremely important when it comes to skill or skill provision of new workforce. When I say reskilling, basically you have an existing role, but then you skill them or skill them for a new role so that they cater for it, because the older role has become obsolete. Upskilling is upgrading of your existing role or upgrading of your existing skills to suit your role which you're doing right now, but which can be a future of tomorrow. So the workforce has to be extremely agile. It has to be a workforce of tomorrow. Unless you have a workforce which is agile, and unless you have a workforce which is the workforce of tomorrow, you are expecting disaster. And for us at Lyra, we have done that. We have ensured that the message is very clear to everybody that what is new today is old tomorrow. So if you want to be new tomorrow as well, why not skill yourself? We train them, we guide them with the requisite skills required in their particular domain, in their particular field, in their particular skill sets, so that they are ready not just for today, but they also cater to tomorrow.
Thank you, Rajesh. Very comprehensive ways of skilling your skills. Rajiv, how are you doing it at Dassault system?
For digital skilling or upskilling, whatever we call it, for Dassault it's very important. It's not for our own consumption, but mostly for our 300,000 customers. As the technology evolves, like for example, 2 years back, we did a phase shift to cloud. And overnight, we had to skill all the millions of people who are using our technology every day onto cloud. And at the same time, we also have to take care of the workforce of the future, because the products are no more the same what they were 10 years back. You have all these connected products, and also you need a newer teams, and then you have to continuously do this. For this, what we do is we've partnered with many governments to create these innovation experience centers where we take this fresh batches and start training them on the newer technologies. So our end customers would always have a perennial source of this people available. So eventually we call it as preparation for the workforce of the future. And it's working good for us, not only in India, around the world.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, today I'd say that this updating of your skill, I think as a professional, especially as a tech professional, has to happen on a continuous basis. I graduated many years ago. I think I was still working. I mean, I did my engineering school on floppy disks. And so today I can witness that engineers, even freshers, are already outdated as soon as they hit the market. So this awareness of digital technology and how to use them and understanding their risk, is it also something that you bring to your client and to raise the general awareness about digital digital skills and digital risk? How do you work with your clients in these ways, Sylvain, with OVH?
So there are several things, and I agree with everything that has been said. I would like to add a few things. One thing is we help our customers understand the exhaustive framework of data and application they are working with. Because at some point you need to understand what kind of data are you manipulating. Some of them are extremely sensitive. Some of them are sensitive. Some of them are really transactional. And it really depends on your vertical. And by the way, for some type of data, now you have more and more regulation that you need to comply with, which are here to help also customer understand if what they are doing or opting for as a solution is the right solution or not. And I think one point around education and raising awareness, I think, and this is also the direction of India, which I think is a very good direction, is also to work around certification labels that will help people read through the application that they are going to use. Are they compatible with the regulation? Are they also compatible with the decisions and the willingness of the country of India or the regulation of India? So we help customer understand that. We help customer also understand this notion of indirect impact of their choice. Let me give you a very concrete example that is happening every day across Europe. Most of the companies, from the medium size to even the bigger corporation, are working with HR tools, human resources tools. And especially at this time of the calendar year end, it's time for annual appraisal, individual interviews with the employees. And most of those solutions are now SaaS solutions, and they are actually hosted by American players. And one of the things we need to make people understand is that how come can we treat the data of individual people at work differently than what they need to be treated in their private life? Meaning the data that we are working out of those people are hosted in a situation that is not compatible with the EU regulation of GDPR. And still, they are the same people that every day are living with the GDPR as a norm. So this kind of incompatibility or lack of compatibility is something that we are making people aware of. We have programs at OVH Cloud to explain that some solutions are fully trustworthy. We call it open trusted cloud. So people understand by choosing these solutions versus another one, actually, they will opt for something that is compatible with the regulation. And the other things that we do is that we take it also to schools. We are also training young students working out more with open sources solutions rather than property solutions. So we avoid having the next generation of engineers or developers coming in only capable of creating innovations out of AWS or Microsoft or Google Cloud or Tencent or Alibaba's tools. So which creates a generation of innovation that actually won't be totally free and won't be totally autonomous. So we are sponsoring schools by granting them tools that are fully neutral so they can truly create their own innovations and can get the full control of it without being dependent on the technology that will become then afterwards something they cannot go out of. So that's the other aspects that I wanted to mention.
Not sure. Yeah, all right, thank you. So now I'd like to talk to these new technologies and new solutions that you're bringing to your clients to support them. Can you tell us a bit about the new landscape of technologies that are coming up and that you would like to leverage to support your clients and customers in becoming either self-aware, helping them to prevent cybersecurity attacks, or just create, I would say, integrate robustness into their systems. Would you like to start, Rajiv? Or?
Yes. So first of all, for our clients, what we do is sensibilization and awareness. So the main risk for a company is human factor. So you have to take this in priority. You have to make some awareness about phishing. Phishing is when you get an email with a link and you click on it and you get a ransomware. So after that, a cyber attack. And when you're a small company, it's quite difficult because it costs a lot for you. And generally, this is bankruptcy. So it's not so nice, but you have to make them fear, to be sure they will realize, and then they will take care about the human factor. Then, like I was saying, you have to take care of the data storage, who has access to your data, and in which regulation you have to face with. So in Europe, you have GDPR regulation, so it's quite convenient. It's quite difficult to deal with, but you also have to take care with that. And after that, you have to plug a lot of solutions generally in a company, do different kind of tool for financial services, for marketing services, and you have to make an audit of all these solutions to be sure you can plug it on your system, for example.
Yeah, so we are in the digital payment space. So you can imagine the amount of card-sensitive data we might have. any breach of data, card sensitive data, can mean lots of fraud. You know, we spoke of cybersecurity earlier. Cybersecurity, if you ask me, is the heart of data sovereignty and enhances technology sovereignty. You know, you have hackers and cyber criminals all the time who are one step ahead of you, always trying to look at vulnerable systems, old systems, or human errors when they can attack and pull out confidential data. You know, so for us, this is extremely dangerous. We at Lyra do a lot of activities when it comes to certification, do a lot of activities when it comes to audits, do a lot of activities when it comes to managing data. So we are PCI DSS compliant. Payment cards industry data security standard is a global standard. We comply to that to ensure that our customers at the end of the day are safe. We have audits every 3 months to ensure that our systems are not becoming vulnerable and are quite adept as per the recent current world. So we take a lot of steps in doing this. And that's the reason why I think at the step forward this year, we got the RBI license, the government of India, the Central Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India gave us a license for doing personal payment aggregation in India. So that's all because of these efforts which comes into it. Thank you. So that's all because of these efforts of putting security systems in place to ensure that not only you, but your clients, your partners, your collaborators, all are safe.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. I think it's coming to an end. So it was a great pleasure to have you all with me for this conversation. Of course, there is a clear need for India and France to develop a new paradigm, a new model that's going to be very different from the model that is proposed by today the US or the Chinese tech giants. There's a lot of work to be done still, and but we have really big players in place. So thank you very much, and have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, audience. Thank you.
Just 1 second, I will have 1 minute for a vote of thanks. Just our ambassador and the consul has to leave, but I wanted to say that it was their honor and privilege to give a vote of thanks to all of those who helped make this French session on digital sovereignty happen today at the Bangalore Tech Summit 2022. The edition is an opportunity for France to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the BTS, which has become over the years the biggest tech event in Asia. Digital issue is at the heart of our strong cooperation. The key issue between France and India and digital sovereignty, of course, and I hope to see more French companies and startups support and fit into India's journey towards digital sovereignty. Large French companies, partners in the Indian tech industry, such as Capgemini, Dassault Systèmes, Soprasteria, and others, have long based in India and Bangalore. Several French startups are also present in the city, gathered within the French community. I would like to greet the startups that came all the way from France to attend this event today and to discover or rediscover this fascinating Indian innovation ecosystem. I am delighted with the participation of the economic department of the embassy and with a representative of Business France, La French Tech, the French Foreign Trade Advisors, the Indo-French Chamber of Commerce, IFCI, startup from IFTech, and from the French Tech Tour. I warmly thank our 5 panelists for sharing their perspective and for highlighting the unique digital solution. Mr. Sylvain Souris, Chief Sales Officer of OVH Cloud that we had in a video, with Mr. Rajiv Aramadaka, Director of Global Affairs of Dassault Systèmes India, Mr. Rajesh Desal, Co-founder, CEO, and MD of Lyra Networks India, Mr. Nikhil Pathak, Vice President of Marketing and Business Development, Schneider Electric India, Mr. Clement Maes, and co-founder Coralium, and of course, our President of La French Tech Bangalore, Mrs. Swaten Fish, for moderating this panel. Thank you for coming and large numbers for this session, and I wish you an excellent summit. So now there is something for our speakers, I think. Please? Yeah.
I request all the panelists to please come onto the stage. Thank you, Dr. Nagaraj, for the token of appreciation. Thank you, all the panelists.
Thank you.
Which starts in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ambassador Feakin, Mr. Reeves, could you move to the front, please? We're trying to start.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you at the back to kindly take your seats. We're about to begin this very interesting session. So a big round of applause at the beginning for a very important delegation that's come down to India from Australia. May you put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome each and every one of them who are here in India to be part of Bengaluru Tech Summit, which happens to be the 25th edition. So at the outset, I'd like to welcome the dignitaries who are here. So please put a big round of applause as I invite them. Mr. Tim Watts, Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, Australian Government, a very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Barry O'Farrell, Honorable High Commissioner to India, Australian High Commission, Delhi, a very warm welcome to you too. Ms. Sarah Curlew, Australian Consul General for South India, Australian Consulate, Chennai. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. J. Meek, General Manager, High Growth Export Services, Australia, a very warm welcome. And Mr. Gavin Standen, Executive Partner, Ecosystem Telstra, India, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. So I would like to invite Ms. Sarah Curlew to kindly take over the session.
Namaskaram, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very Welcome to the Australia Country Session at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. I'm Sarah Curlew, Australian Consul General for South India, and I'll be your moderator today. We want to have a discussion on why Australia is such a great place for tech talent and tech companies to invest, to work, to study, and to live. First, we will have a keynote address from the Honourable Tim Watts MP, Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs. The Minister is the Federal Minister for Gellibrand in Melbourne's West, and I've heard the Minister say that he thinks Melbourne is one of the best Indian cities in the world. In the past, the Minister has had a distinguished career in the technology sector, including working at Telstra. Since being elected in 2013, the Minister has served in a range of roles, including most recently as Shadow Assistant Minister in Cybersecurity and Communications. Throughout his time in Parliament, the Minister has also shown a strong interest in the Australia-India relationship, including participating in the Australia-India Youth Dialogue. Please give a warm round of applause as I welcome the Minister to the stage.
Namaskara and good afternoon. It's terrific to be here and to be able to gather here at the Bengaluru Tech Summit in person after the recent hiatus. And I'm proud to be here leading one of the largest country delegations at BTS with around 50 Australian businesses, policy thinkers and government representatives in attendance. And since I arrived in Bengaluru, I've been able to see our policymakers and our businesses in action. I've spoken to them about an exciting range of new programs and initiatives, all of which play an important role in demonstrating Australia's impressive tech credentials and the dynamism of Australia-India ties. I've heard about the West Australian Government's Perth Landing Zone, which will support Indian scale-ups wanting to enter the West Australian market. CyberWest 2023, West Australia's flagship cybersecurity event designed to connect industry, government, academia and innovators. And I can attest to that one because I've participated in it personally myself. A new report on blockchain standards delivered by the Australian National University's Tech Policy Design Centre and the National Law University of Delhi's Centre for Communication Governance, a project that was made possible by the Australia-India Cyber and Critical Technology Partnership Grants Program. I've also witnessed a number of new commercial MOUs and initiatives. BTS does a wonderful job of getting us together in the room, and I'd like to congratulate the government of Karnataka and the conference organisers on BTS's Silver Jubilee. In the first 6 months of my role as Australia's Assistant Minister, I've had the great privilege of representing Australia overseas. I've met with ministerial counterparts, hardworking officials, and welcoming locals. I'm always struck by the discussions that I have on my travels, and I'm interested in the way that other countries view Australia. Often we're known for our beautiful beaches, our top-notch coffee, or our prowess on the sporting field. In India, there's broad recognition of the excellence of our universities and training institutions and how popular Australia has become as a destination for study. There's no doubt that all of these perceptions have merit. There's strong truth to them. And as a Melburnian, I can safely say that you'll find the best cup of coffee anywhere in the world in Melbourne. And I know that many Indians have been enjoying plenty of them in Australia during the recent T20 World Cup matches. But there's a lot more to Australia than that. We're a nation of inventors, of entrepreneurs, of creators. We rank equal first in the world for our readiness to embrace technological change. More than half of our businesses are innovation active. Our industries are adopting world-leading applications of 5G technologies, for instance, in remote monitoring of mining sites. And these factors explain why so many of India's leading tech companies have such substantial investments in Australia. As a country with a relatively small population, we know the importance of innovation driving productivity and prosperity. The Australian government's scientific research arm, the CSIRO, which was responsible for inventing Wi-Fi, ranks in the top 1% of the world's scientific institutions across 15 of 22 research fields. And of course, our universities punch well above their weight. We place 4th in the world for the number of universities in the top 100 rankings, many of them leaders in the STEM fields that are so central to the topics that we are discussing here at BTS. And while there's so much for us to celebrate in our own right, an important part of the picture is how we plug into trusted partners like India. Australia and India both made significant commitments in 2020 when we elevated our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. And Australia is making unprecedented investments in new programs with India, including many that will build our science, technology, and innovation ties. Some of these initiatives include extending the Australia-India Strategic Research Fund, which supports joint venture research between our countries. It's already Australia's largest bilateral research fund with any country in the world. A new innovation partnership between Australia's CSIRO and India's Atal Innovation Mission. Investing in new clean technology and critical minerals initiatives, and supporting the Australian Space Agency's International Space Investment Initiative to collaborate with ISRO based right here in Bengaluru. I've seen firsthand why Bengaluru has earned its reputation as a growing global centre of innovation and technical development. It's why the Australian government is opening a new Consulate General in Bengaluru in 2023 to support connections and growth opportunities with this dynamic part of South India. And it's why we're working with the Indian government to open a new joint Australia-India Centre of Excellence on Critical and Emerging Technology Policy, also here in Bengaluru. The centre will draw on Indian and Australian expertise from across industry, government, academia, and civil society to shape governance norms, policy frameworks, and standards. I'm also pleased to announce here today that under the Australia-India Cyber and Critical Technology Partnership, the Australian government will also be supporting cyber and tech policy exchanges, which will draw on Indian and Australian expertise and deepen India-Australia tech community ties, and will be run by one of Australia's leading independent think tanks, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, and a cyber bootcamp, which will share cyber resilience expertise with countries in South Asia and will be developed by the Australian National University's National Security College. Most of you would be broadly aware of the remarkable breadth of the cooperation between Australia and India. As a multicultural nation, we are proud to share common ground with nearly every country in the world. But we share a particularly close connection with India. Australians lay claim to 300 different ancestries. Half of our population in Australia was either born overseas or has a parent born overseas. And we're proud to be home to the oldest continuing culture in the world, with a First Nations heritage stretching back more than 60,000 years. The 2021 Australian census showed that the Indian diaspora is the fastest growing community in our country, with almost 1 million people of India's population of almost 26 million claiming Indian heritage. Of those, nearly 7 lakh were born in India. Australia's Indian diaspora is our second largest overseas born group and our fastest growing. And I know this firsthand. My community in Melbourne West, the electorate that I represent, 1 in 10 of my voters were born in India. It's a way of life for Australian members of parliament to participate in Holi, in Diwali, in Navaratri, in all of the cultural celebrations that make this continent so vibrant. We're also home in Melbourne to the Indian Film Festival of Melbourne, the biggest annual Bollywood film festival in the world outside India. I recently attended this year's festival in Melbourne and had the singular privilege of being papped with Bollywood megastar Abhishek Bachchan. And my workplace, Australia's federal parliament, is finally starting to represent modern Australia. My colleague and great friend, Zanita Mascarenhas, entered Parliament in May in the recent federal election. In her maiden speech, she told Australia's Parliament, "Who would guess that someone like me would be elected as the federal member for Swan? I stand here as the child of Goan Indian parents, a Kalgoorlie girl, a Swan local, a mum, a lady with an unusual first name and a long surname, a climate change specialist, and an engineer. I'm proud to work alongside representatives like Zanita. She's just one of the many energetic, young, ambitious, dynamic, and influential Australians of our Indian Australian diaspora. This diaspora forms an integral part of our democracy. It enriches every single part of Australian life and contributes in an outsized way to our future growth, prosperity, and security. That's why we're investing in the talents and the energy of the Indian Australian community by opening a new Centre for Australia-India Relations in Australia. The centre will administer a suite of aptly known Maitri programs to deepen our education, cultural and policy links. So, if I can leave you with one message today, it's that when it comes to Australia, it's worth scratching beneath the surface. We're a great destination for technology companies and talent to invest, to work, to study, and to live. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to the Minister for those inspiring words, and hopefully you all have now a better understanding of just what modern multicultural Australia looks like. I'd now like to invite our panelists to the stage. Please hold your applause and welcome them once all are seated. First, we have Mr. Gavin Standen, Executive Partner Ecosystem at Telstra. Telstra has a long history in India. In fact, the first mobile telephone call in India was made on the well-named Telstra mobile network in 1995. Telstra started their operations in Bengaluru and now also have a presence in Hyderabad and Pune. Gavin himself has 25 years of professional experience in managing sales operations, shared services, and partner management. He's also the National President of the Indo-Australia Chamber of Commerce. Next, we have Commander Chris Waters, Regional Director for South Asia, Department of Home Affairs. Chris has regional responsibility for India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives, and is responsible for one of Australia's largest offshore visa processing centres located in New Delhi. I'd like to welcome Suresh Raman from TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. Suresh has over 30 years' experience in management consultancy. He leads TCS's largest delivery centre, which is located in my Indian home city of Chennai, with 98,000 associates, so nearly 1 lakh associates. TCS has also been operating in Australia for over 3 decades, and I offer my congratulations on the recently opened Innovation Centre in Sydney. I'd like to welcome Mr. Jay Meek from Austrade to the stage. Jay is General Manager in the High Growth Export Services part of Austrade, and Austrade is Australia's trade and investment promotion agency. Jay assists Australian exporters to grow internationally, further and faster. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Madhavi Shankar from Space Basic to the stage. Madhavi is a very successful Australian alumna from the University of Technology, Sydney. She co-founded Space Basic and was named as one of the top 60 women transforming India by the Indian government and the United Nations. She's also a recipient of the Australian Alumni Grant Scheme Award. Welcome to the stage, panel. Thank you for being here with us today. It's post-lunch, so I wanted to start with a quick icebreaker session to warm us up and to warm up the audience. Could you please, just very briefly, tell me one thing about the Australian technology ecosystem that really impresses you? And we'll go maybe around this way and then this way.
Okay. I would say Australia is like a kid in a candy shop where technology is concerned. They don't know where to start, where to end, because that's the access they have today.
Great. I love candy.
Yeah, I think Australia is about a place for innovation and deep tech, I should say.
I think for me, it is actually the way that Australian tech companies look globally and the adoption of technology that we have in our country. It's very high, and it really actually shapes what we do.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I forgot what time it was. I think it's really the people-to-people links that we're developing. Particularly, we now have a strong focus on skilled migration, and we'll talk about that a bit more. But that's about really enhancing our tech ecosystem.
Hi, everyone. I think it is to do with the openness and willingness to learn and also collaborate. And I've seen that in the recent past. So I would say it is the willingness to collaborate.
And for me, I think the thing that I'm really impressed by is the passion of our scientists to do pure research. So I had a chance in the middle of the year to visit some of the Australian universities and see the really amazing work and facilities that they have to do that work. And that really blew me away. Gavin, I want to start with you. One of our topics today is why Australia is a great place for tech talent to work and to engage. You manage a very large presence here of an Australian company in India. Why do you think it's such a great place for Indian tech talent to want to work with an Australian firm?
Thanks, Sarah. Very, very pertinent question. I think so. It's a perfect storm of supply and demand. But I think so. There's a difference in the supply and demand. When you really look at Australia, the demand in Australia is not traditional tech. It's more of the future gen, next gen technology. Today, the adoption rate in Australia is the highest in the world. And when you look at that, you don't just go with sheer numbers. You go with the depth, like I think so Suresh just mentioned. It is deep tech, it's critical tech, and access to technology. That's differentiator number one. When you look at the supply side, you can't match the resources and the talent pool that you have in India. You know, talk about almost 6 million tech talent that you have in India. That's going to grow to probably around 20 million by 2030. That's almost equivalent to 70 or 80% of the population of Australia, right? That's the tech talent. And out of that, almost 25% of it is on high-end skills. So you can clearly see there is a supply demand. Now that's the theoretical math. Let's get down to something which is much more applicable to our lives. Australia has much more friendly time zones. They're probably just 4 or 4.5 or 5 hours behind Australia. That's point number one, very friendly. Second one, I spoke about tech adoption. One thing I've seen with a lot of Australian companies is their maturity in using and managing tech. They will encourage you to fail because it's only when you fail you learn fast, right? That's point number one. Point number two, Telstra, I can speak for myself. We're a 120-year-old company, but we still think like a startup. We still operate like a startup, and we manage things like a startup. So we're a very flat organization. We're very nimble. We are extremely, extremely avaricious when it comes to going into new ages of tech. And last but not the least, I have worked in multiple multinational companies, but if I have to speak about Telstra and the Australian companies, the level of engagement that you have between the government and the chambers, which is a consortium of all the industries, like Austrade and Indo-Australian Chambers of Commerce, is extremely strong. The very fact that we have the minister out here itself is a testimony to the support and focus that we have both as an industry and from the government. So the approach is very easy, very focused, and at the end of it, the ease of doing business really gets a shot in the arm.
Great. Thank you very much, Gavin. Chris, maybe I'll turn to you next. Can you tell us what pathways are available for people who are interested in skilled migration to Australia and building further those tech and people-to-people links? And is there anywhere we could learn more here at the BTS?
Thank you for that very leading question, Sarah. I'm just taking a step back a little bit about the bilateral relationship between India and Australia, and I see this really as that we're looking to build a tech bridge between the two countries. So the work that we're doing in counter-ransomware, for example, India and Australia are leading amongst 32 other nations in relation to coming together to try and get systems and processes in place so we can actually really stem the scourge that is ransomware. So examples like this are really important for our two nations working together. But critically, migration and mobility are kind of crucial for us to build this kind of tech bridge between our two countries. As the Minister said before, the Indian diaspora in Australia is now the second largest and contributes to great richnesses of our country. And these people-to-people and business links are strong, and we really want to make them stronger. And so what we've done is we've invested a lot of time and money in making our visa processing more streamlined. If I'm frank with you, post-COVID, there was a significant bounce back, but we've invested significant amounts of money and resources to reduce the time it takes to get both temporary and permanent skilled visas approved, which is really great. And the government's also changed the way we think about priority migration skill lists. So there's now more than 30 IT and cyber occupations that can now be available for permanent or temporary skilled visas, which is fantastic. And they will get priority processing along with our other priorities that we've mentioned. So these are really exciting times for us. But if you want any more, it's a plug now for our Australia stand in the Exhibition Centre. We've got our visa experts there who are quite happy to talk through any individual kind of cases that might have. And just finally, if I may, in relation to the Quad, so next in 2nd of December, the Australian Minister for Cybersecurity, who is also the Minister of Home Affairs, is going to launch the inaugural Quad in Business and Investment seminar. And it's going to focus on AI, quantum and biotech. So we're really keen for any businesses, Indian businesses that might want to, or investors that might want to take part of this Quad initiative. And again, we'll have more information at our booth. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris. Suresh, TCS is a major investor in Australia. You've also been there a long time. You have a very diverse presence. Can you tell me more about why TCS looked to Australia as a market and how you found your journey and experience there?
Thank you, Sarah. I think we are in for the long haul in Australia. We've been over 3 decades in Australia, and especially in the last last decade or so, I think we have grown excellently. I think we have about even recruited a lot of people in Australia. About 350 young graduates we recruited in the last couple of years. Besides, overall about 2,500 people we had recruited in Australia, Australian citizens I'm talking about. I think we have looked at Australia from a 360-degree perspective. One is about from a industry perspective. I think we talked about a lot of maturity. In fact, many of our customers want them to be challenged every day. I think that's the good and bad part of it, because it's tough to challenge somebody every day. And I think the other thing is about the government, excellent support from the government. I think the fact he's talked about minister being here and the High Commissioner's support here in India, and Sarah type of Consul Generals here, and bringing a lot of delegations to our campus to see how we can do something more for the government as well as for the trade. I think a lot of things are happening from that space as well. The third dimension is about the academia. We work with a lot of Australian universities, and we're looking at how to look at new ways of bringing talent, bridging the technology skills gap in Australia. So we're working with many of them. And the other dimension is about community. We work with the local communities there. We have something called Go IT. This is for young girl students in schools. We want to ensure they take to STEM technology, the science, engineering, technology, math, and not just to get into arts, most everybody. So we want some fraction of the people to come in tech. So I think we want to look at diversity and inclusion. We learn a lot from Australia as well as a company, and we made a lot of progress. And I think these are a few things, and we have invested. We have about 4 cities we have major presence, and including Perth, Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. And we also, when you talk about the community and other things, we also look at sponsoring some of the major events like City to Surf in Sydney, Canberra Marathon, and we also part of the Indigenous Marathon Foundation. I think to use Western Australia terms, we have a daily Connect app, connect while riding on country in Western Australia terms. So I think we are trying to be a 360-degree player there in Australia to ensure that we contribute and we also mutually gain from that. Thank you.
Thanks, Suresh, and thanks to TCS and also the other Indian tech majors for being such good corporate citizens in Australia. And I know you're all making big efforts to employ and nurture STEM talent in Australia too through what you do. Jay, part of Austrade's role is to help companies like TCS that are looking to invest into Australia, and perhaps we have here in the room with us, I don't know, some burgeoning Indian startups that might be interested to kind of grow their presence and become investors in Australia. What services can Austrade offer? And then, if I may, also, we know there's a large Australian business delegation that have come up to the BTS. How do you support that enthusiasm?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. It's a really good question. So Austrade plays a really pivotal role about being that tech bridge, I suppose, about helping technology companies here wanting to invest into Australia. We provide really practical support around the opportunities that exist, and that could be in clean technology, that could be in our resources energy in the tech space there, or quantum computing, and we'll help you understand the environment and the way you can actually enter into the market. We work really collaboratively with all levels of government and state government representatives to help make sure you're positioned into the right place. We also play a pivotal role on talent, and one of the roles we have is around education and getting students down and understanding the opportunities that are in Australia. And that creates the people-to-people link, where we have those students that come in and study and work in Australia and contribute there. And we have examples today on the panel where we'll talk about who come back and set up businesses. On the other side is we take our innovative Australian businesses and we bring them and show them the market and the opportunities to partner here. And we have a delegation, which you heard from our minister today. It's great to see such a good presence from Australia at BTS, and something we want to continue to see happening. And that innovative environment and that ecosystem, I think, is the key that we need to make sure we continue to develop so that we can see a flow of investment coming into Australia from Indian technology and a flow of our innovative companies coming over here. And so when we have global tech giants like Atlassian, WiseTech Global that are establishing here, it's a great thing to see. And equally what we've got is those businesses like Suresh coming down and establishing a presence in Australia.
Yeah, that two-way ecosystem is so wonderful from a kind of consulate perspective. I have to think of it as a fabric, and part of the job for us as bureaucrats is to weave some more threads of that fabric. And our alumni are a wonderful part of that fabric. So Madhavi, you chose to go to Australia to study. You did both your master's and your MBA there. Under the free trade agreement that we recently signed, which we call ECTA, there was an agreement that post-study work rights for graduates of STEM would be extended for Indian students. What made you think of Australia as a destination for study, and how did you find the experience? What did you get out of it as you looked to co-found Space Basic?
So I think, moving to Australia from India for me was a huge decision, and looking back, probably one of the best decisions I've made. I think there were three major factors that contributed towards me picking Australia amongst other options. The first thing being the course. I thought, when I was researching the courses that they were to study, I found courses like engineering management and technology management to be pretty new age and fresh. And I'm talking 2012, right? It was not mainstream like it is right now. So that definitely piqued my interest. Apart from that, I think the second thing I would say was the electives and the ability or the flexibility to pick subjects that you want to study. Now, I came to learn that that's important, as the course progressed. And also I was working for an early stage startup in Sydney. And a lot of I was able to pick subjects that I could implement or that would directly impact my day-to-day work. And I thought that was very powerful. The third thing, and the most important thing, would definitely be the international student experience. I think the cornerstone of Australian universities is around fantastic international student experience. And for me, as an international student, leaving home and going, in search of a better future, I think for me and other international students, that's extremely important. And I was able to kind of get that and more from my, university experience. On hindsight, when I think about it, I think diversity and inclusion are subjects in the mainstream we talk about today. But I feel like this was always a part of the ethos with universities in Australia, as well as Australia as a whole. Apart from that, I think also, after I did land in Australia, I was in Sydney, I went to UTS. So a few months into my course, I started working for an early stage startup. And that's where my, I would say, interest or love for startups really began. And, I believe that the ability that I had to, study in uni and kind of directly implement that at work, I believe that it sets you up for success. And also it kind of gave me, it kind of de-risks the fact or the process of starting a company. So for me to start Space Basic was almost instinctive. I think that's what led me to start my company, and kind of here I am today. I think the ecosystem as well, it's very inclusive, and the alumni network that we have access to either from the university or from the government today, I think, what we need is really support to keep going as entrepreneurs, and we've been able to get that. And I think that's pretty much is what is a huge win, according to me.
Thank you, Madhavi. Yeah, Madhavi probably does deserve some round of applause. We have just a few minutes left. I'm going to open the floor to any of the panelists. Are there things that you've heard others say, maybe that we can just build on this topic of why Australia is such a great place for tech talent? I mean, I was interested to hear several of you mention about diversity and inclusion. And of course, the minister in his speech talked about what a multicultural society Australia is. For me, I've worked on the India relationship a long time. more than 10 years. And I can see that it's in a place that's better than it's ever been before. There's still so much potential ahead of us, but it's actually the Indian diaspora in Australia that is such a huge driver, such an engine for that growth. And I imagine that for business, they're also a real asset as you look to move your workforce between the two countries. But Suresh or Gavin, did you want to comment on that?
I think we see tremendous opportunities with the tech talent going to be available. It's not that necessarily it's available today. That's where we are also partner to investing in Australian universities and working with them to create new talent. And we also feel there are a few areas where Australia is doing the right things. One is on the cyber security, and we are fortunate that we are also a founding partner of the Cybersecurity Cooperative Research Center. I think there's a long way to go there, but definitely it's a great thing for the new world itself to look at cybersecurity very differently the way Australia is perceiving today. And the other thing is we also want to contribute through our innovation hub in Sydney and other places, whatever we can create, so that the young talent in universities also can be coming and seeing that place to get them excited about new technologies more than what they are probably today. And I think the most important thing is the critical tech which Australia is looking at, and the critical minerals area. That's going to be the future of the world, and the talent that needs to be developed for in these areas is going to be really huge, and we look forward to contribute in that space as well. And definitely we are in for the long haul. You can rely on us. Just want to be part of the Australian growth story. Thank you.
Yes, Sarah, just to add to Suresh's point, I think so one of the very rare silver linings of COVID is the globe has become your playground. That's a new marketplace. So our access to talent is massive. But let's flip that back and say why. The demand in Australia in terms of tech adoption is so high. I'll give you some examples. Australia is almost 5 times the size of India. We have covered 5G to almost 75% of the landmass, and we'll probably cover about 100% the end of this calendar year. That's a massive coverage, right? So that's point number one. Point number two, 5G is only an enabler to faster connectivity. It's not the end all of doing things. The amount of stuff that you can do with 5G is humongous, from remote medical operations or surgeries, right down to actually having critical technology access right up to the remote areas of Australia. This is a huge boon for us. So tech adoption is the fastest in Australia. As I said, if you really look at it from a percentage of GDP, Australia is about 4% of its GDP is on tech spend, and it will grow to probably 7% very, very soon. So the adoption rate is very high. Access to technology is the appetite is extremely high. And I think so if we do not connect with Australia, really missing the boat here. That's the way I would put it.
Thanks, Gavin. We're running out of time, so I'm now going to invite the Australian High Commissioner to India, the Honourable O'Farrell, to come up and make some closing remarks. Barry's been the High Commissioner now for almost 3 years, a very distinguished term here, under which the comprehensive strategic partnership has really gone from strength to strength. So please do give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this afternoon's session. As Sarah has said, I've been here for almost 3 years, and I have seen an incredible deepening and strengthening of the tech relationship between India and Australia. And it's evident in a number of ways. So obviously, the Minister's mentioned the fact that we're establishing a consulate here in Bengaluru. We're seeking to establish a Centre of Excellence for Critical and Emerging Technology Policy so that both our governments can work together in shaping the rules around which these devices and developments can be used for good and not for ill. But equally, it's represented in a cyber grant scheme, which allows researchers and innovators to work together across the Indian Ocean on critical tech. And of course, it would be remiss of me not to say that it's reflected in the broadening of the Australian business footprint, not just in Bengaluru, but also across India. We also see at a G2G level the strengthening of the policy connections in this area, not just what we hope through the Centre of Excellence, but of course already through what we're doing across the Quad. And so I want to thank the Government of Karnataka and NASCOM for all their efforts, not just with the relationship, but of course, particularly the Government of Karnataka in staging the 25th Bengaluru Tech Summit. As a retired, recovering politician, I know how hard it is for members of Parliament, with all due respect to the Minister who's President, to keep focus on the good things. And the Government of Karnataka deserves incredible credit for this 25th iteration of this magnificent Tech Summit. Can I thank Minister Watts for his attendance, for his visit to India to again demonstrate that in democracies, while governments may come and go, firm relationships, particularly trusted relationships between countries like Australia, continue. Can I thank all of the panellists, leading with my colleague from Chennai, who does a remarkable job in southern India. But can I particularly thank Chris Waters, who works with me in Delhi and who's Mr. Visa, as we call him. And of course, Austrade do an incredible job as well. But Suresh and Gavin, can I say that as representatives of businesses who are either investing in India or in Australia, we thank you and we thank your ilk in this room for what you do, because Australia is a terrific place to do tech business, to invest, to work and to study. And that's why I'm glad to see that the most interesting member of the panel for me, sorry guys, was Marvin, who of course tells her story about her trip to Australia, her study in Australia, her experience of Australia, and what she's doing now in India. But if you're interested in Australia, as Commander Waters said, there is a Australia booth just down the road where you can learn more about Australia, about inbound and outbound investment. Jay's Austrade representatives are there, our colleagues from DFAT are there. I encourage you to go and see what else Australia may offer you, because as the Minister has said, it's offered so many hundreds of thousands of Indian migrants to Australia great opportunities, to the extent that their sons and daughters are now coming back with inventions to India to start work here again, just a few years after their parents left seeking opportunity on the other side of the Pacific. Indian Ocean. We're both full of opportunities. They're there waiting for you. Government can open doors, but it's business, it's individuals who make the glue that sticks the relationship. Thanks very much.
Thank you, High Commissioner, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention today. If I could just invite the High Commissioner and the Minister back on stage, we'll take a quick picture, and then some of us will be available just outside the doors outside if you've got any follow-up questions. Thank you all very much.
Stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from the who's who of the Australian government about why Australia is fertile soil for work, investment, and study. So a big round of applause to all the delegates for having come here and shared information about Australia and the facilities available in Australia. Thank you very much.
Check sound check.
Check.
So I'd like to welcome the panelists for this session. A warm welcome to Mr. Patrick Hebert, Charge of Affairs, Consulate General of Canada in Bengaluru. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite the esteemed panelists. Mr. Kenneth Wong, Senior Trade Commissioner, Consulate General, Government of Canada. Mr. Prashant Nair, Managing Director, India Government of British Columbia, Province of British Columbia, High Commission of Canada. A very warm welcome. Ms. Ruma Busi, Investment Advisor, India Government of Alberta. Mr. John Ludovis, Director, Special Project, Nova Scotia Business, Inc. A very warm welcome to you too. And Ms. Deepa Nagraj, Global Head of Communication and Spark Innovation Ecosystem, Emphasis. A big round of applause to all of them. And the session is being moderated by Mr. Varun Ramesh, Trade Commissioner, Consulate General of Canada in Bengaluru. So a warm welcome. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Canada session. To quickly kickstart things off, I'd like to invite our Acting Consul General, Patrick Huber, to offer opening remarks.
Thank you, Varun, and greetings and good afternoon, friends and colleagues. As Chargé d'Affaires for the Consulate of Canada in Bengaluru, I'm delighted to open the Canada session as the country in focus and a Global Innovation Alliance partner at BTS 2022. I'm actually the Consul General of Canada in North India, and I only arrived in Bengaluru a few weeks ago to support our team here during my colleague's absence. But I feel very fortunate to be in the South during BTS. Indeed, I do consider this summit as a critical innovation platform to strengthen the bilateral relationships between Canada and the government of Karnataka. It also provides a unique platform to further encourage a broad range of exciting commercial opportunities that exist between Canadian and Indian tech companies. In fact, there are over 60 Canadian companies that are active in Karnataka, and most notably in the tech and aerospace sectors. And I will name only two. First, Canada's largest IT consulting firm, CGI Group, which employs over 12,000 people in Karnataka, and Canadian software company OpenText, which employs another 3,000 people in the state. Likewise, Indian multinationals are increasingly attracted to Canada because they recognize the potential of its leading innovation ecosystem to help tackle the challenges of the 21st century. And in fact, all 10 of the world's largest tech companies now have operation in Canada. It's a testament to the world-class talent and innovation that is available in my country. So I'm delighted to have this opportunity to meet so many new colleagues from the vibrant South with a strong interest in Canada during this important 25th edition of the BTS. I mentioned I'm the CG, or the Consul General in the North, and I arrived in India in January. And shortly after my arrival, I had the pleasure to meet with our Minister for International Trade, Mary Ang, who was in Delhi to meet with our counterpart, Minister Goyal. And at the time, the two ministers announced the formal relaunch of the negotiations for the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or what we call CEPA, which is a free trade agreement. And frankly, this is extremely good news for anyone interested in doing business with Canada. Now, many of you, if you're here today, it's probably because you are aware of the thriving Canada-India trade relationship, which has seen exciting growth over the past decades. And despite the disruption caused by the pandemic, the value of Canada's economic partnership with India is estimated at roughly $100 billion. And two-way foreign direct investment between the two countries last year reached $4.6 billion. And behind these impressive numbers, what we see is a rise in Canadian companies and organizations engaged in India and vice versa. For example, Canadian portfolio investment in India grew substantially over the past 5 years and has reached over $70 billion.
Large Canadian investors like Brookfield, CPPIB, and Fairfax, just to name a few, clearly believe in the India growth story. In fact, some of you may have been at the opening ceremony this morning, and you heard the Chief Minister talk about Terminal 2, the new Terminal 2 at Bengaluru Airport, which was opened last week by Prime Minister Modi. I was there for the gala dinner on Saturday. It is quite an amazing terminal. It's beautiful, it's innovative, and a sustainable airport, but it's also built with significant Canadian investment. And these strategic investment by Canadian institutions align very well with the government of India's top priorities. But I would say that similarly, there's a huge scope for Indian companies to invest in Canada, and this is what we will discuss today. But indeed, Canada offers Indian SMEs the critical infrastructure that they need to thrive and grow globally, and you will hear more about some of the incentives we offer during the panel today. In addition, we have a wealth of talent when it comes to hiring skilled workers that meet international standards. Again, you will probably hear more about that on the panel, but I just want to say that more than 50% of Canadians are post-secondary graduates, which make Canada the most educated population in the world. And these skilled, educated, and diverse people are exactly what make Canada the powerhouse for economic growth. And of course, this close relationship between academic institution, the market, and industry makes Canada an ideal place to grow your business. In addition, Canadian universities attract the best of talent from all over the world, and there's been a huge increase in international students coming to Canada in recent years. And you probably know that India is now the #1 source country for international students in Canada. So even more talent available in Canada. Before I go to the panel, I just want to mention that we do have 5 technology superclusters in Canada that support leading companies like yours that might choose to innovate in Canada. And these 5 superclusters include AI, digital industries, advanced manufacturing, proteins, and ocean tech. So locating your business in Canada will also open the doors of the world market for your company. Indeed, Canada has 15 trade agreements with 51 countries whose combined GDP is over $49 trillion. This also means for your companies, when you're based in Canada, potential access to 1.5 billion consumers. So to conclude and give more time to the panel, I just want to say that I firmly believe that Canada and India are well positioned to capitalize on the opportunities that lay ahead. And I viewed the BTS 2022 as an important platform to advance our relationship. Our Trade Commissioner Service in India, alongside our partners from Nova Scotia, British Columbia, and Alberta, are at BTS this year, and they stand ready to support you with the information and connection you need to invest, innovate, and succeed with Canada. I look forward to meeting you and hope you have a chance to visit the Canadian Pavilion at BTS, meet our team, but also take a selfie with our mascot, who's named Churchill. You will understand when you visit our pavilion. On that note, thank you very much. Enjoy the session.
Thank you. Before I invite the next speaker up, could I request for the presentation to be put up on screen? Thank you. So this is the highlight of the Canada session, and it's a real pride for us to have an industry leader as a keynote speaker today. I'd like to introduce Ms. Deepa Nagaraj, who's the Senior Vice President and Head, Sparkle Innovation Ecosystem at Mphasis. Deepa's responsibility includes managing a company's reputation and relationships globally with consulates, academic institutions, and Deepa also oversees ESG and is an active member of the CSR community. Over to you, Deepa. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
this is. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Again, thanks for coming, and sorry, I'm not a Okay, perfect. Sorry, podiums don't work for me. Right? I'd rather stand down and speak with all of you rather than, kind of talk through this, right? Again, thanks for coming. Thanks, Varun and everybody else from Canada who organized this. While all of you may be sitting through back-to-back sessions, right? Australia before this and Finland after this, I thought I will come and kind of share with you our journey in Canada and why we went there. What were some of the things that helped us personally as Mphasis? And please feel free to stop me and ask any questions if you want any clarifications. I'm happy to help with that. So Mphasis, just to give you a quick introduction, is a technology services organization. We're global, and like most tech organizations, we had the same similar challenges, right? We had the dearth of talent, we had challenges with supply chain, and being close to clients, managing time zones, so on and so forth. So we said we can either play victim or try and figure out a way of going to where talent is, where customers are available, and where it's easy for us to do business, right? And we looked at various different countries, right? Not just Canada. We looked at various different countries. In fact, in the past 2 years, we opened centers in Estonia, especially for design. We opened Taiwan for high tech. The reason we went to Canada is for the talent, right? And because we wanted to get into a space that we weren't in, which is quantum technologies, right? While quantum is very theoretical in most places, we as an applied tech organization wanted to see how do we partner with somebody who's both deep-pocketed, because you know how expensive quantum is, and is able to experiment with us. And the University of Calgary provided that opportunity. I have a bunch of slides for you, if that's helpful to kind of look through this. We spoke about this already, right? With the global talent shortage, where is talent available that is interesting for us to hire? How do we go about hiring them? We found that in India, while you're thinking about talent shortage, there is availability of talent in Canada. The welcome that we got was very interesting, right? They said, even if we don't have the tech talent, we are ready to be able to invest our own dollar, our own federal funding in getting talent for you, right? And we went to the state of Alberta, right? We went to Calgary, and the state of Alberta is an energy-rich state, right? They've had a lot of miners, they've had multiple people from the oil and gas industry, and who are looking to make the pivot as well. So one of the things we took there to them is something called Sparkle Calgary, which is upskilling and reskilling talent in Alberta to make them tech ready, right? And most of them have worked with data, most of them have worked with technology or MIS in some way, and it's interesting for them to join us, right? So, and the state is extremely helpful to us with this. The second thing that we took there is quantum, right? Quantum technologies is nascent, is expensive, and there are very few people who are looking to experiment. While it's very great in theory, right? The university has the largest quantum lab. If you've heard of Dr. Barry Sanders, who's known as the father of quantum, he's from University of Calgary. So we said, why don't we set up a hub and spoke where we take all our client challenges or real life quantum problems to the university, and the university helps solve that for us, right? The other thing that we did with Calgary is open our operations there, right? And you'll see various different reasons why we went to Calgary, right? With talent available. So why are we sending work, say, offshore, right? If we're able to get the same kind of talent there, right? And with all those visa hurdles that you would have heard of, the H-1Bs and all the words that you don't want to hear about or talk about, the other side of the border is easier for it, right? We set up operations with the first 50 people being seeded from various different countries, from the US, UK, India, into Alberta, because we wanted our company culture. You know, you don't want to throw two unknown unknowns, right? We wanted to have people who know emphasis, the culture, the clients, to start operations there, and then get people from the university, from the large pool of reskillable talent and otherwise. And it's working well for us. We inaugurated our office. It's the most beautiful office that we have in North America right now, completely fit out. That again, the state helped us with. The ministers and everybody else there came in for our inauguration. You're seeing pictures out there. We had the office inauguration. We inaugurated the Quantum Lab, again with the Premier of Alberta, who helped set this up. We've already started working on quantum with our existing customers there, right? And it's great for us because our customers want to try that. They just don't know where to go and how to start. The university has professors, researchers, as well as the infrastructure to be able to support it. And therefore, it kind of helps, right? What you see here is the first pilot batch that we have, and a happy selfie that always makes the day. So that's us in Calgary. Happy to take any questions if you want.
Thank you so much for that, Deepa. And moving on about the theme for the conference and Canada's participation is how is Canada well positioned as your innovation gateway to the world? So we have quite an exciting panel session with a group of our partners who are here today. I'd like to ask Mr. Kenneth Wong, our Senior Trade Commissioner, to join the panel. Kenneth is going to moderate the session. I'd also like to invite Mr. John Ludovis, Director Special Projects for the province of Nova Scotia. Ruma Bussi, Investment Advisor for Invest Alberta. And Mr. Prashant Nair, Managing Director, India for the province of British Columbia. Over to you, Ken.
Hi, everybody. Very excited to be here. So I am the Senior Trade Commissioner, like Varun said. So my job is to lead the team that helps Canadian and Indian businesses do business. Trade, investment, science, technology, innovation, those are our areas of focus. And in Bangalore, we have staff that work in different verticals. We have a satellite office in Chennai and in Hyderabad as well. But we're part of a network in India, which also includes a High Commission, our main office in Delhi, also consulates general in Mumbai and Chandigarh, and then other satellite offices, Ahmedabad and Kolkata as well. So we have a total of 8 offices in India to help Canada and India relations. And I come here at a very exciting time. Right now, the focus of the Government of Canada recently announced is our Indo-Pacific strategy. It's a way to operate in this region. And of course, Indo-Pacific, India is the anchor for our strategy to engage with Southeast Asia and East Asia and of course, South Asia. And the Prime Minister recently announced $330 million to help build that relationship. So the time is right for me to be here and to work with this team. So I don't have to do this all by myself. Like I said, I have officers here in Bangalore and our satellite offices, but we also have our provincial representatives. You heard Deepa speak marvelous words about Alberta and Calgary. That's one of our 10 provinces. Each of our 10 provinces have different value propositions, different tax incentives, different populations even, different climates. Canada's a huge country. It's 6 time zones, 3 ocean coastlines. We have the Pacific, we have the Arctic Ocean, we have the Atlantic Ocean. So it has been very popular as a place to nearshore for Indian companies that want to work with American clients or even with European clients because of our free trade agreements, because of our proximity to the massive US market, but because of also, I spoke of our incentives, our low taxes, our very friendly immigration policies. But I think Deepa touched on it, and to close that loop, I'd like to explain why we also have such a huge talent pool. Not only do we have a lot of Canadians who are all in post-secondary studies, like you heard, over 50% have a post-secondary degree, and current generation, almost everyone does post-secondary after they finish high school. But also, Canada is a huge center for international students. We take around 200,000 Indian students to Canada. India is the #1 category supplier for almost every immigration category. Students, but also permanent residents, but also work permits. And so there's a huge affinity between Canada and India. And I think to close the loop on that talent pool, many of, if not most of those Indian students are in the STEM areas. So when an Indian company locates in Canada, they're excited to see this huge pool of multinational talent, and Indian talent as well. But our immigration system also includes, as part of your post-secondary studies, an automatic, depending on the institution you come from, an automatic open work permit. So here you are, you're a student, you finish study, you have an automatic work permit, you're going to look for a job. Because if you find a job, and it's the right kind of job, it's in an area that you studied in, that can be converted into PR. So companies that are coming to Canada are finding there are a huge mass of freshers that are coming out looking for jobs because they want to stay in Canada. And so it creates this cycle of Indian companies wanting to come to Canada, Indian students wanting to come to Canada, Indian students finding jobs with those Indian companies. And I think that ties India and Canada closer together. So with me here on the stage is representatives from the different provinces. And I wanted each of you to do a quick introduction of who you are and where you're from. And then I'll ask you some questions until we run out our time. I know others are going to be in here after. But first, let's start with Prashant and BC. Tell us a bit of what you're doing here and what your focus areas, and then we'll go into our discussion afterwards.
Thank you very much, Ken. Good evening, everybody. My name is Prashant Nair. I'm the Managing Director for the province of British Columbia, the westernmost province of Canada, the province which has little or no snow as compared to the rest of Canada. We have 4 offices in India, all co-located within the High Commission and the Consulate General. Our presence is in Chandigarh, Delhi, Bombay, and Bangalore. And we are a one-stop shop for anything to do with British Columbia. If you're looking at trade opportunities with British Columbia, if you're looking at investment into British Columbia, we are your go-to people. So if there's anybody who's interested with Canada and British Columbia, you should reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Ruma, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Ken. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be amongst you today. My name is Ruma Kumar Basi, and I represent Invest Alberta. So that's the primary investment promotion agency of government of Alberta, which is, again, a western province, but slightly to the right of British Columbia. And our role is really to attract investment from global markets. So my role is really to attract investment from India into the province of Alberta. And what we really do is we break down barriers and we reduce red tape across government, all levels of government and partners in Alberta to make sure that your business is able to start up and scale up as quickly as possible in the province of Alberta. And some of our priority sectors are, as Deepa mentioned, so the energy sector is very big for us, mining, natural gas. And of course, right now, we're also looking at critical minerals, clean technology. transport, aviation, life sciences, and agri. So these are some of the sectors that we work closely across, and you'll find a lot of opportunities in this sector in Alberta. And again, if you have any questions about the province or investing in Alberta, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruma. And John, you're way out on the East Coast. Tell us about where you're working for and the place you represent.
Thanks, Ken. Good afternoon. I'm John Ludovice. I'm from Nova Scotia Business Inc. So Nova Scotia Business Inc. is the lead business development agency of the province of Nova Scotia. It's a crown corporation. Our mandate is trade and investment. My responsibility is to attract investments from Asia, and India is a focus market. And I also work organizations in India like NASCOM in developing the relationship between India and Nova Scotia.
Thank you, John. Let's stick with you, John, right now. So because this is the Bengaluru Tech Summit, can you tell us a bit about the innovative entrepreneurs and the technology companies that are there in your jurisdiction and what they're doing to build these world-class tech hubs in your region so that people understand what your region has to offer for the technology sector?
So Nova Scotia has a vibrant, supportive, and inclusive ecosystem. Okay. So we have the right mix. We have startups, entrepreneurs, SMEs, global multinationals. We have 10 universities and 14 community colleges, which provides a steady supply of skilled labor. Our universities also are potential partners for R&D projects. We have a very supportive government. We have world-class infrastructure. Our operating costs are low and quality of life is exceptional. So because of this, all of this combination, growth and innovation thrive in Nova Scotia. And a lot of forward-looking companies have found this. Companies like IBM, NTT Data, Cognizant have centers in Nova Scotia. We have Tesla. They have an R&D battery partnership with Dalhousie University, which is the largest university in Atlantic Canada. We have banks, hedge funds, insurance companies like RBC, Citco, Manulife, Sun Life. All of these companies, they're doing their mid-back office, they're doing their cyber, they're doing the AML, KYC in Nova Scotia. And also we have Samsung. They're actually developing and researching rich communication services in Bedford, which is a suburb of Halifax. Halifax is our capital. And aside from that, what's not well known is Michelin. We have 3 modern plants producing high-end tires across the province, employing advanced manufacturing. So all of these companies have seen the advantages and benefits of doing business in Nova Scotia, and we're happy that they're thriving, they're succeeding, they're innovating, and for the benefit of everybody.
That's great, John. I know I used to travel to Halifax several times a year, and it's a very young, because of all the universities and colleges, it's a very young, dynamic. It's actually a party town. It's known as a party town, but also young, highly educated workforce. So thank you so much for that. Ruma, you got an easier time because you got a shoe in there that talked about how fantastic Alberta is. But I know companies like Infosys, Wipro, they all have big presences there. So please tell us more about what Alberta has to offer.
Sure. So I'm a big advocate, let me start by saying, for Canada, because I think if you're a company that wants to innovate, you want to add value to yourself as a company, develop new products, services, or if you want to service your North American customers, Canada is really a great place for you to be. And within that, Alberta has an excellent value proposition for all the Indian companies. Again, as John mentioned, our talent is a skilled, very, very skilled, and we have a great ecosystem. We have the lowest corporate tax rate in Canada, 23%. So, and a great technological ecosystem. So that makes us really very attractive to Indian companies. And I will start by talking about emphasis, of course, as Deepa said, they set up with the University of Calgary a Center for Excellence for Quantum Computing. And so our government, the government of Alberta, has invested $23 million in this Quantum City at the University of Alberta that Mphasis is a partner with, and that just demonstrates the the excellence that we have, the prowess that we have in quantum computing and other digital technologies. And then recently we've also had Infosys set up with us. They've set up a digital center in Alberta as well, and they're looking at technologies such as AI and also things like IoT, etc. Then IBM recently also set up a client center of innovation. So basically what they're going to do in Alberta with us is they're looking to develop future technologies. So they call them frontier technologies. So this will be hybrid cloud. It is quantum computing. It is technologies such as 5G, but also blockchain. So again, you'll see that across the digital technology sectors, we've got a great number of large companies as well as startups which provide a great ecosystem. And not just the large companies, we also have a number of startups. So if I'm to look at Atabotics, it's a robotics company in Alberta, and they're primarily in the inventory management systems sector. They've been voted by CNBC amongst the 100 most promising startups, and then also in the Times, they've been listed as some of the most innovative startups of 2020. So all these factors make us a great global innovation hub for Indian companies that are looking to set up in North America.
Yeah, very exciting, Ruma. Particularly the quantum part of it. We've been talking about quantum for seems like decades, just like fusion, and for Mphasis and the U of Calgary and for the government of Alberta to create this quantum center to actually commercialize and monetize this technology, I think is fantastic. Prashant, in a previous life, 2 postings back, I was posted to LA as the investment officer, so I know all about BC and the advantages of there. I helped Sony ImageWorks and Pixar open big studios in Vancouver. Huge wealth of talent, but also the part of the story about Vancouver is how desirable it is as a place to live. And I know that those studios had to attract world-class talent from everywhere, like Czechoslovakia and Japan, and because they wanted artists, they wanted the best artists in the world, and it was easy to convince people to move to Vancouver. So I'm sure you're going to talk about that and the kind of companies that are there, but like you said, it's the place in Canada that doesn't have snow, which for me is probably not favorite. I'm from Winnipeg. I love snow. So go ahead, Prashant.
Well, thank you, Ken, and please chime in if I leave anything out. So any company looking to Canada looks for 3 things: talent, market, and government support. And BC has all 3. Let me showcase how. BC has over 10,000 tech companies. As Ken mentioned, there are big studios, but there are some large companies like EA Games, SAP Canada, Salesforce, Hootsuite, Lumen5, who have their Canadian headquarters in BC. The city of Vancouver has around 1,100 tech startups and is contributing to a vibrant tech ecosystem. Vancouver is ranked as the 2nd best startup tech ecosystem in Canada. The BC ICT workforce exceeds over 70,000 people. So it's a huge workforce that we have. You heard the Consul General and Ken both talk about the post-grad and the education scenario in Canada. In terms of British Columbia, BC has 25 post-secondary institutions that work collaboratively with the industry in the region. To give an example, the University of BC ranks 2nd in Canada in both engineering and computer science, holds dozens of Canadian research chairs, and has produced over 200 spin-off companies. So the format of innovation starts at universities. Across the province, British Columbia's leading computer science and engineering programs produce in excess of 3,000 graduates annually. These world-class institutions also house a wide variety of cutting-edge research labs and centers of excellence. In terms of sectors, British Columbia does pioneering work in quantum computing, M2M, IoT, telecom, gaming, next-generation networks. So all these technologies helps BC be right and center in the middle of all the innovation landscape that Canada has to offer. The BC government is also focused on growing technology and innovation in the province by investing. Last year, BC invested more than $700 million to develop a world-leading talent pool, help companies start up and grow, and provide the necessary infrastructure that companies need not only just set up, but also sustain and, more importantly, grow. So our focus is to not just get companies to Canada, to British Columbia, but also see that they sustain and grow in BC.
That's fantastic. It's absolutely right. We want to maintain this and build this long-term relationship with India. So we're starting to run out of time, but I talked about the Canadian value proposition, our smooth transition from being international student to open work permit to companies that are investing and hiring these graduates. That's across the country. We have a public healthcare system, so companies don't have to worry about, and neither do our citizens. Can you each talk about unique provincial incentives or provincial nominee programs, immigration programs, anything unique as far as incentives or attractors for your province that people in our audience might want to hear about? John, let's
Yes,
go to you.
so we have a payroll rebate. So we pay out for 5 years. After 5 years, a certain percentage of your total labor cost. We also have the most generous digital media tax credit in Canada. So you can get as much as 60% of eligible costs paid back to you. We also work with MyTax, so you can tap into R&D support programs, and we have for those in manufacturing, we have also a capital investment tax credit. So you get 25% of eligible capex up to $100 million. So that was just announced. So those are a few of the unique. Sorry, one more thing. We are working with NASSCOM right now on a soft landing program. Nova Scotia is actually a very good spot to land for Indian companies. And the environment is, the competition and environment is manageable, costs are low, and the government is supportive. So, and aside from providing service and support to Indian companies landing in Nova Scotia, we provide a complimentary office space.
That's great. Ruma, Deepa touched on the reskilling programs you have to take oil field workers and technical people and convert them into skilled workers for the tech industry. What other things can you talk about that Alberta is doing to make their investment climate special and unique?
So I think, we recognize that when companies invest in a place, as far away from home and as unfamiliar, I think there's, little help is required for these companies. So of course, the federal government has programs, excellent programs such as the SHRED programs, and then also the Strategic Innovation Fund. But in addition, the government of Alberta, so the province has programs as well for, so these are given in by the way of incentives or grants or tax credits. So one of the programs that is quite popular is the Investment Growth Fund, which gives you around between $500 to $5 million are given to companies that want to invest in the province. But again, there are conditions to employment generation, and then the kind of value addition that you bring to the province. So that is one that is quite popular with the large investors. And we've got another program called the Alberta Jobs Program. So again, that's looking at providing almost covering salary costs to a certain extent for companies that want to hire and train staff. And we've also got a number of programs in innovation. So that's, again, those programs will cover your prototyping R&D expenses. And then through Alberta Innovates, there are some excellent programs that actually help with starting up, scaling up, and then also commercialization of technologies.
That's great. Prashant, for BC, what do they got?
Well, the BC government, in addition to the federal government, provides a host of business support programs for companies in BC. The BC Tech Fund is a $100 million technology endowment, which brings venture capital to innovative companies in BC. In BC, it's a $500 million strategic investment fund created by the government of British Columbia, which helps companies grow. British Columbia's corporate income tax rate is 12%. So that's a really low. And when it combines with the federal rate, business pay an overall rate of like 27%. BC also has the lowest provincial income tax in Canada for individuals that earn up to $125,000. So there are a lot of various tax incentives available both at the corporate side and the individual side. In addition, tax incentives are available to support investments into small businesses, R&D, and specific sectors such as digital media, ICT, animation, film, and television production. A lot of these programs are kind of customized to the needs of individual organizations. So if there are businesses here which are looking to get into BC, please come talk to me after the session, and we will figure out what program works best for you and how we can support you in your business.
That's excellent. And that's a great tip. All of us are at the Canada Pavilion. If you haven't noticed it, Churchill, the polar bear, will be there for selfies. I think we have 4 minutes left, enough for a 1-minute elevator pitch of why Nova Scotia. Go, John.
Talent. Number one is talent and the vibrant tech ecosystem. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, it's for Indian companies, they find going to North America very complicated. We try to help and offer Nova Scotia as a soft landing space, soft landing pad, and we have programs to help you succeed in North America.
Thank you, John. Ruma, 1 minute, go.
Oh, thank you. So whether you're an Indian company looking to target the North American market, serve your customers from there, or looking to innovate and add value to your products and services, come to us in Alberta for a great technology ecosystem, for our talented workforce, and all of this at the lowest corporate tax rate of 23% in Canada, and an affordable quality of life, an excellent quality of life at a very reasonable, affordable cost.
Excellent. Prashant?
I'll keep it very simple. You just go where your peers go. So TCS, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, they're all big setup in Vancouver, in British Columbia. That's a very compelling reason. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all for listening in on this session. These are just 3 provinces that I represent as a Government of Canada official. I represent all 10 provinces and the 3 northern territories above the Arctic Circle. So thank you for listening to us. And we have a question. Go ahead. We have 3 minutes. Yes. Do you have a mic for? Oh. I think it's on. Yeah.
Canada has been welcoming with wide hands a lot of Indians of late. Is that just for India? Is it across the globe? And why is it? And a couple of other questions. Those who are, say, settled in the US, how easy or difficult is it for them to migrate to Canada, and vice versa?
Okay, immigration questions are tough. I represent the Global Affairs Canada, the Foreign Ministry, and immigration questions I'm not qualified to answer, unfortunately. But grosso modo, immigration patterns have changed over the years. There were years where China, my parents are actually from Hong Kong, not from China, but there were years where the Chinese were the top class, and then there were years where Philippines was the top class. I don't know why right now India, we don't set quotas per country. It's based on applications. So ask Indians why they're choosing Canada. I think because of familial links, because of our openness. Canada is unique, I think, because as a Western democracy, it's one of the few countries where all 3 political parties, the left, the center, who are the liberals in power right now, and the conservatives, are all universally for immigration. Many political democracies have a left and a right. One side is pro-immigration, one is clearly anti-immigration. Canada's all 3 parties are pro-immigration, which suggests that all Canadians are pro-immigration. So I think people have learned that. I think people by word of mouth have learned that as well. And so, like I said, we don't set a quota. We're not saying we're only taking applications from India. It's a popular place. And I think the education part is key, right? Indians are very concerned with the education of their young people. And the Canadian education system, all the universities are public. We don't have private and public. And so they're all very high quality. And that results in a system of universities that's equally good across the country. I went to University of Manitoba. Many of you haven't heard of it, but it's the top university in Manitoba. And look, I got into foreign affairs. I made that FS exam, and I know a lot of UT grads that didn't. So It's that kind of country where it's equal across the board, and I think people have recognized that. So I hope that more of you do. Oh, one more question. Ooh, we're getting close. They're going to kick us out quickly.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Yeah.
Rujin John, co-founder of Silicium Circuits. We are a fabulous semiconductor company. I would like to know if there is any specific semiconductor-related policies or programs that the government in Canada is promoting. Any province who is keen on this, or any specific university who would be interested to collaborate?
Come to the booth. We'll talk to Varun, and our investment officer can actually tell you about that. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. We've got to clear the way for the next session. I think it's Finland. So thank you again for coming.
Yeah, thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request Mr. Patrick Hebert to kindly come on stage, and Ms. Deepa Nagraj too, for a group photograph. Sorry. Dr. Nagraj, from KITS, Government of Karnataka, I request you to kindly present tokens of our gratitude, mementos, to all the the members of the delegation. To Mr. Patrick Herbert, the Charge of Affairs, Consulate General of Canada in Bengaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we present tokens of our appreciation and gratitude to all the members. Mr. Kenneth Wong. To Mr. Kenneth Wong, Senior Trade Commissioner, Consulate General, Government of Canada. Mr. Prashant Nair, Managing Director, India, Government of British Columbia, Province of British Columbia, High Commission of Canada. Ms. Ruma Bussi, Investment Advisor, India, Government of Alberta. Mr. John Ledovis, Director, Special Projects, Nova Scotia Business, Inc. And Ms. Deepa Nagraj. Ms. Deepa Nagraj, Global Head of Communication and Sparkle Innovation Ecosystem of Emphasis. Once again, thanks to each and every one of you. To the moderator, please, I'm sorry. To the moderator, Mr. Varun Ramesh. Sir, please. Sir, to the moderator. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the moderator, Mr. Varun Ramesh, Trade Commissioner, Consulate General of Canada in Bengaluru. Thank you so much. In a couple of minutes, we begin the session by Finland. Just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
with Nokia by Finland. I invite all the panelists, Dr. Jukka Hollappa, onto the dais, please. Vinayak Andangaudar, Head of Location Development, Nokia. Sania Jaswani, Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Perkant Tech Private Limited. Ravi Chivukula, CEO, Heart Health Technologies. And Professor Bharadwaj from IISc. Mr. Ravi Chivukula, CEO, Heart Health Technologies. I welcome you to the dais, sir. Okay, he's on his way. Did you say that? I hand over the session to Dr. Jukka Hollappa.
Good afternoon, good late afternoon to you all. We truly understand that this is the last session of the day. Of course, the best one. We will do our best to keep you awake. Please stay awake. Then after this, you can have some more coffee. It's very cool to have yet another Finland session here in Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022, which of course we all know it's a flagship event in whole India. And Finland is very happy to be a global innovation partner of Karnataka. I think this is the sixth time for me personally in Bengaluru Tech Summit. This is actually sixth time in a row that Finland is bringing a minister here. So we have our minister for science and education actually in town at the same time. We all know that Bengaluru is clearly a R&D hub of the world, hub of innovation. We have Nokia here. Nokia believes in Bengaluru and Karnataka so much that Nokia has their globally largest R&D site here. When I was doing my notes yesterday, I wrote here that there are 7,000 professionals employed by Nokia. Vinayak kindly told me that it's actually 8,000 today. Probably it's 9,000 tomorrow. They are hiring a lot of people. I could talk a lot about Finland, how Finland is the most digital country in the world, how we are leading in many of the technology domains like 5G or 6G, or which we are discussing today, or quantum computing or cybersecurity. But I want to say a few words about startups, because today we are talking about how Nokia can drive the ecosystem, how Nokia can support startups. Finland has grown into a very significant startup hub. We have the most digital startups in the world. There's also a lot of funding flowing into our startups. So per capita 2020, 2021, Finnish startups received the most venture cap in the world. And actually, there are also lots of exits happening. So during the last couple of years, there have been the most exits happening with the Finnish startups. So there's money flowing in and money flowing out. You probably know that this week, actually starting tomorrow, the world's leading startup event, Slush, is happening in Helsinki, in Finland. Slush brings together thousands of startups, investors, media representatives, and people interested in this field. I just had a meeting with the Honorable Chief Minister, and we kind of agreed that next year we cannot have Slush and Bengaluru Tech Summit happening during the same week. About startups, there's one very big problem with startups, and that is the fact that startups don't like other startups. Why? Because startups usually want two things. They want clients or they want money, funding. And usually the other startup who wants exactly the same thing cannot provide that. But a large company can. Thus, startups want to partner with the large companies. And this is something, I represent the Finnish government. This is something that even government wants to facilitate. Interaction between our large companies and startups. We are doing it both ways. I was just in the Infosys campus this afternoon, and we signed a large deal where Infosys is collaborating with Finnish startups. Today, we are discussing with how large Finnish company Nokia is collaborating with Indian startups. This is something that we as government are facilitating. So today, we will learn how large company Nokia works with startups, what is the value that startups bring to Nokia, and very keen on hearing from the startups, from the companies, what they think, what is the value that Nokia brings to them. But over to my brother, Vinayak. Thank you.
Can I get that clicker? Thanks. Hey, thanks, Yuka. You made my life easier by telling about the startups don't like other startup, but definitely this is going to be something about a large corporation with startups. And of course, it's always a pleasure to represent Finland's iconic company, Nokia, in any of the forum. And today, of course, we will be talking about one of the startup collaboration success stories. But of course, before starting, maybe a little bit about Nokia also, because I'm sure a lot of you might be knowing Nokia from mobile handset days, but you might still be not up to date with respect to what we do nowadays, right? So I'll cover that. I had two very short questions for you. Maybe let me check your Nokia knowledge. What's the origin of name Nokia for this company? Any guesses? So someone in here, yeah? Okay. It's a name of a town in Finland, which is on the river Nokia. So there's a town called Nokia in Finland. And we had our first office set up in that town. This one is even more tougher. How old do you think Nokia is? Any guesses? Here you go. So somebody is already knowing all the information about Nokia. So might be surprising for some. We are a 150 years old company. Yeah, I'm seeing some surprised faces here, but definitely we were not doing mobiles then, right? So what were we doing? I have one slide to quickly summarize the origin of Nokia and its history. So one thing is guaranteed here, that in every generation, Nokia is working on the latest technologies of that time. So when we started in 1865, the latest technology was making papers. So since then, from papers to rubber to then TVs, computers, and then the mobile phones. And you all know the story of Nokia since the mobile phones, right? We went really global, and then we are there everywhere. But we also know now we are not so much into mobiles. So what do we do now? Now we manufacture the telecommunication equipment gears. The towers you see, the software that is used to authenticate your mobiles, etc., is done by Nokia. And we sell it to our customers, which are telecommunication service providers like Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, like this. So with our customers, now we are creating the world's network. So not just in India, but across the globe, there are hundreds of networks that we create using our equipments. I won't go into details, but there are a lot of numbers in here. We are supporting 7 billion plus subscriber base, 500 million plus broadband bases, whether it's for home or offices. Multiple industry and public sector support in terms of numbers, 2,200 plus mission critical customers and 485 plus private wireless customers. So who are these private customers? The defense, the railways, also the ports, etc. the customers. Of course, we also have a strong licensing division. How do we do that? By being the best technology leadership in the telecom industry. So whether it's a mobile network, whether it's a optical network, the cloud networks, as well as technologies. So we do have multiple verticals wherein we want to be the leaders, and truly we are the leaders because in the market, we are number one in each of these, whether you take the mobile network or optical networking. So this kind of a work requires a lot of R&D centers, right? A work which is done in the innovation centers where we do a lot of research and come up with solutions for the future. I'm very proud to represent Nokia Bangalore. Bangalore is the largest R&D center of Nokia across the globe. So with over 7,500 plus employees, the largest center, and then it's not only about largest and the diversity that I have put, we also do a lot of innovation. I want to draw your attention to one particular number, which is 725 patents filed in last 5 years. It's a huge number. We started with about 60 5 years ago, but then last year alone, we filed 200 plus patents from our Bangalore R&D center, meaning 1 patent per every working day. So that's really good, right? So what are these 7,500 employees doing in Bangalore? They're working to develop the different telecommunication technology. And the latest one we have is 5G. So why 5G? We all know that the telecommunication started with 2G. 2G brought in the voice and the short messaging, not much data. With 3G, we went with a little bit additional data, which is maybe emails, small attachments, etc. But then with 4G, we came with some more additional data transfers, which is possible to transfer the live streaming of videos, GPS-related applications, etc. Now we are entering into the what we call as a 5th generation of telecommunication. And 5th generation of telecommunication brings in a lot of technological advancements. So what are these? So one is massive broadband. This is coming with a capacity of more than 10 Gbps. Low latency, the speed in which we get back the response. We are talking about latency of 1 milliseconds in here. High reliability, and then greater connectivity. So we can connect millions of devices in a square kilometer. So what is this going to do? This is going to revolutionize the way we live. We are always talking about people to people communication, people to machine communication, but with 5G, it's going to open up doors for complete machine to machine communication, which is going to completely revolutionize the way in which we live, and a lot of use case possibilities are going to happen. I've put in few of the use cases that we feel would be the one which will be coming up in next few days, but the use cases are endless. The ones in here, immersive experiences, video surveillance and analytics, cloud robotics, machine remote control, cloud vehicles, connected vehicles, e-health. Each one of you, if we see, may use one of the potential of 5G, whether it's high broadband, low latency, or even in some cases reliabilities, right? Of course, we'll see some of them later today. So what this is done is, we from Nokia are able to give the equipments that are required to run the network. The telecommunication service providers are going to provide you the network that is required. This opens up a great space for startups to innovate and come up with the applications that are going to consume and make use of the 5G potential that we are talking, high bandwidth, low latency. And that is why we Nokia all agree that the success of 5G will be dependent on rich and diverse ecosystem. 2G, 3G did not require a big ecosystem. There's a gate provider, there's a service provider, and the end customer, right? That's it. With 5G, this is going to completely change. What's going to happen is it will completely depend on how the ecosystem builds. And the startups are going to play a key role in building this ecosystem. The innovations that are going to come from these startups. We at Nokia recognize that. And because of that, we have started to create a ecosystem program wherein we will take some startups, help them to do the engineering support to make the applications ready. We have also created some end-to-end test beds for integration and testing. We're also having some platforms to showcase. We did have recently multiple events wherein we bring our startups and give them a platform to showcase to the world. We will have some of the startups speaking also later. And then, of course, if there are some startups which are looking for funds, what we call as a Nokia Growth Partner Fund. So we do support in all such things. And with this, what I would like to say is that 5G is all about the ecosystem. And Nokia is helping to build such an ecosystem in here. And we are expecting that a lot of startups come in, make full use of such a ecosystem building process with their innovative solutions, and together make the 5G success. So I have my last slide where we had our Prime Minister launching the 5G services for India in our India Mobile Congress. India Mobile Congress was one of the opportunities where we showed to India at least what 5G is about and what's the potential of 5G. This also had one more opportunity for our Nokia startup ecosystem, where we showcased a wide array of exciting 5G possibilities. And what we have today is some of our ecosystem partners who will be showcasing those possibilities to you in here and also talk about the unleashing of potential with respect to ecosystem in 5G. So to do that, I would like to invite first one of our partner, Parikan Tech founder, Ms. Sanya. Sanya, go to you.
Thank you for this amazing description into where exactly Nokia's landscape lies. And I could not be more excited and elated to be on a platform like this where Nokia is extending their ecosystem to startups like us. I would like to introduce you to Pokentech, a medical technology startup that started back in the year 2020. Recently incorporated as an ecosystem partner of Nokia. We're in the top 50 healthcare startups of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, and one of the 67 manufacturing partners at Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. I would like to walk you through with this complete presentation that we've made of this system that we've created called Abhay Parimiti, where exactly we lie and where exactly do we aim to go. A system that is enabling mass health training in the masses of India. A system that can introduce healthcare like never seen before. One tap health training system that has clinical grade accuracy in 30 seconds, which can generate a complete health data report, as well as enable health training, health monitoring from any corner of the world. That is the power of this system, which is IoT enabled, AI enabled, and is clinical grade. This system uses a novel technology, PPG, that is called photoplethysmogram. It extracts over 700 plus features from your blood in a non-invasive manner. So the moment you keep your finger on this device, in just 30 seconds, it takes a complete health graph and extracts over 700 plus features. These features are then instantly fired to a cloud server, where with the help of AI and ML, we are able to prognose a lot of diseases as well as onset of infection. The system's capabilities lies in the ease of use and how it is able to introduce an accessibility like never seen before. Be it a rural landscape, remote landscape, or even the urban landscape, the system is where it is perfectly fit. This is the second part of the system. So imagine there is a hardware that we sell, which is internationally patented. Then this hardware is only 30% of the total solution. We have patented the method as well as the apparatus. The method includes 70% of the work that is done on the software via IoT and cloud servers. This is the disease detection portfolio that can be introduced in the later steps of the device. So initially, it is working like a multi-parameter monitor, which in just 30 seconds gives you 5 body vital reports, which are SpO2 levels, respiratory rate, blood pressure, body temperature, as well as pulse rate, and even heart rate variability to some extent. Second part comes when we fire the same data to the server, do some AI algorithms on it, and in a non-invasive manner, we can suggest you of these diseases. We are performing a breakthrough as we're going to be launching our non-invasive diabetes model and non-invasive hemoglobin detection model very soon. Our system has a competitive landscape where it has 3 major problems that are being solved. So first, we solve the biggest problem of healthcare inaccessibility. That means that the healthcare resources that you find at your perusal are not equivalently accessible to people living in remote and rural areas. And that is what we aim to revolutionize. What about we make a portable technology that can reach every corner of the nation and work as efficiently? Second is in affordability. The system is just a 15,000 rupees equipment that can manage and screen up to 1,500 patients a day, taking 30 seconds each. The kind of pricing that comes ultimately to one user using this device goes less than ₹1 for test. And that is what we aim to introduce: cost effectiveness, affordability, because healthcare is something that should be available at the fingertips of all. And third is in terms of the complete aspect of how this device is not just accessible and affordable, but also available to a level where exactly we're not just catering to diagnosis and prognosis, but also prevention. And that is one landscape that we aim to it. Imagine that you're using this device at a regular basis, and you can be alerted of onset of infections even before the symptoms surface. That is a technology that we aim to introduce. These are our end users. This technology is today being used in health centers, fever clinics, hospital OPDs, corporate offices, as well as an employee health training system. We promote this system even to be used in home healthcare as well as a point of care system. This system is currently being tied up with various insurance companies where we can digitalize and instantize the complete premium setting aspect of the process. Though you don't have to wait 4 days or 5 days for your report to come back and then be decided of what kind of premium the insurance company is offering you, but you can decide it in just 30 seconds with the system that does your detailed health report. And more importantly, we are enabling digital hospitals. Imagine a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 hospital, wherever it may be. We have something to add. A tier 2 or tier 3 hospital that cannot afford a multi-parameter monitor worth 1 lakh or 15 lakhs can use this system and manage multiple patient beds at once. That is the kind of revolution that we are trying to bring. Now, when I speak about Nokia, I kind of take my words back. We're not trying to bring a revolution. We just have a system in hand which is very novel. But only when we partner with Nokia and a company so established over the 150 years that this system becomes a revolution. The kind of R&D plans that we have in tie-up with Nokia include making the system compatible with the 5G capabilities. And the first major revolution it is going to bring is personal emergency response systems. Imagine that you're at your house and you're being monitored by your personal digital doctor. Even before that you identify that there is something wrong with your body, the system already does that for you. It calls for the nearest ambulance from the nearest hospital. It manages everything for you. And this is the system that you need for your assistance when you're having a point of care or kind of a post-treatment analysis done. Second, introducing more cost efficiency. We have created a system with 2 years of R&D trying to make this one of the most cost affordable solutions. Similar systems in the market start from 1 lakh and go to 15 lakh rupees, but we are doing it for 15,000. And we don't want to stop there. We believe with edge computing, with transferring the data instantly on these servers and doing most of the computing online, we can reduce the price of hardware even low. Our aim is to bring down the cost by 40 to 50% as we tie up with Nokia and understand how we're going to be expanding this ecosystem more towards the cloud and less towards the hardware. Third lies in terms of leveraging 5G reliability in terms of sending and transporting huge amounts of data. Currently, our system is sending the data and the information in bytes. It is compressing the data and then sending it to the servers because we want to enhance the communication and do it all within 30 seconds. But with 5G, no such, you can say, barrier comes in. And the R&D that we're planning to do, I think we would be able to crack a solution how we can transport maximum sites data within milliseconds and milliseconds. Starting with there, we also want to impact the rural and remote settings of India. And that is the kind of social impact that is very prominent and pivotal to the growth of Perkintech and our R&D with Nokia. The primary reason is that we are able to identify a 5G network and a bandwidth that can also work in the settings where through NB-IoT, we can leverage this kind of a compatibility with 5G system and manage multiple patient beds, even in the hospitals that are based out of the remote and rural regions. That is the kind of revolution we aim to bring alongside Nokia, and I just could not be more excited to be a part of this ecosystem network that you have over here, sir. That brings me to the end. I would like to wrap it up. Thank you. If you have any questions, I think I would like to take them. Perfect. I'll just now hand it over to Ravi, sir, from Heart Health.
So, good evening. I think it's the last session, so I'll not bore you too much. I said that I'll give you a brief intro to what we are doing as Heart Health. I'm Ravi, co-founder and CEO of Heart Health. We are looking to transform cardiac care across the care continuum. And the background, of course, is that we have been in medical imaging in the past and in mobile communications. For a while, I have been part of the early wave of mobile communications with the Nokia, the WAP phones, which had no graphics screen. And that's my introduction to Nokia and the kind of products and the networks that they built, then called 2G with a radio modem, 2.5G with a radio modem, and then the 3G, 4G. But 5G is fundamentally different. So what I'll do is I'll try to touch upon a bit of those use cases. While we are much wider in the healthcare ecosystem, 5G specifically enables us to be able to take the care to the patient. So what Dr. Eric Topol mentions, the patient will see you now, not the doctor will see you now. So he's famous for having stated that the patient will see you now, because that's what communications and connectivity brings to the table. So let me launch a bit into that. So what we are is a AI-driven clinical decision support system. The problem is large, and which is why we picked it and named ourselves Heart Health. And you can see that some of these things are really, really serious. India is the largest CVD capital in the world, and it happens in South Asians at a very early age. What tipped the thing was actually COVID. The attention got drawn to cardiovascular disease much more than other disease, simply because it was the largest comorbidity, right? Right? And then now you've got long COVID effects. They need monitoring. The minute you come to monitoring, communications and network connectivity come into place. But let me put some figures for you. What the prevalence And this is the India prevalence. 60 million people, and with just coronary artery disease, heart attacks, about 24 million, which a ratio which is 1:30,000 for cardiologists. Do we need to say more? We need remote monitoring. So what we have done is we have built this kind of a whole platform across modalities. But the most important one, where you begin, is what even Ms. Nethani mentioned, is ECG and monitoring. So that's the device connectivity at the edge. I'll touch a bit about it while we are speaking about that, right? ECG for screening and remote patient monitoring is practically the way it is done. Today, the best you have got is a Holter, which is 13 lead. You wear it for 2 days or 3 days, and diagnosis is done based on that one. Very frequently, what happens is that that diagnosis is missed. Why? It may not happen in the 2 days or 3 days that the Holter is attached to you. 13 leads, imagine how bulky it is and so difficult to carry. An easier method, of course, is a wearable that can be put onto the body, and then you can monitor it for a longer period of time. And that's something that we are doing with what is called as Upbeat, transforming cardiac care with 5G. So let me see if I can start the video from here directly. No, it does not. Let me see. Can you start the video, please? Yeah. Yeah. So you saw the use of remote monitoring, remote consultation, teleconsultation, all of which are either time sensitive or bandwidth intensive. Time sensitivity and bandwidth intensity both were never possible, as he mentioned. So the idea that using network slicing and the bandwidth applications, you can look at scenarios which are on a large health city campus using enterprise 5G networks, or in rural locations with the public networks. So that's the whole story, where healthcare transformation, especially cardiac care transformation, is possible with 5G. And with this Nokia partnership, what we want to do is to take it with them along and then refine the use cases for the Indian context. Because one of the biggest challenges we have in India is You can bring any business model abroad, but then it simply may not scale given that we have both a high population and the level of information or usability has to be very, very different. And that's where the partnership with Nokia really makes sense to drive this ability to connect and communicate and transform cardiac care. Thank you very much. So any questions, please? Pardon? Cost. So the idea is that it should be monitorable in hundreds of rupees, right? Because otherwise I won't use it. My phone bill, if it is, I do a prepaid for 250 rupees, I won't be spending 2000 rupees for my cardiac monitoring. So it has to be in hundreds of rupees and it should be bundled. And that bundling part is the one that is where the partnership with Nokia actually works, where you can make it part of a larger enterprise services kind of healthcare services ecosystem. Aadhaar, enrollment, how much is paid? Aadhaar enrollment, 25 rupees is paid to the enrollment agency. But we did cover 1.2 billion people, right? So yeah, so the idea is that it should come down, that monitoring should come down to the long term. Thank you.
Hi, many congratulations on this implementing this technology, and it's kind of futuristic. Given that India's population and the traffic scenarios and mobility of people who needs urgent care, for example, one of my relative who got a heart attack in a train got admitted to a local hospital because of the protocol, government hospital, and then he got admitted to a private hospital. So in that scenario, this will come into effect, in identifying what comes up in the future, how the risk factor is and everything. But how is it going to be implemented in terms of connecting to the doctor? I know the doctor can be connected remotely, but the physical presence is required at some point in time. So how is that going to pan out in future? And it's good that you're implementing it in Hyderabad, Telangana. And is it going to be pan-India soon?
Okay, so let me answer the first question. How will it pan out? See, the transformation is not a one-day affair, right? So what we are doing right now is for existing patients who need that monitoring. So in the city itself, that itself is a big need, right? So in the city, you do it. But like you saw in the video, the ASHA workers. Now, the primary care is taken by the ASHA workers. So some models are available from the Satyam, the clinics that went into rural areas, right? So some of the things that would be is this clinic goes out and then surveys in a village, and then once you do the basic ECG, you can, at-risk people can get a long-term monitor like that wearable that you saw, right? Once you attach that wearable and the phone is always there, and you saw in the video also the phone. So the wearable with the phone over a 5G network or even a 4G network today for just the high risk. But as 5G becomes prevalent, the use case becomes stronger. Digital transformation is still happening. 20 years after the whole wireless data, I was part of that since 2000. That was the era of the killer app, right? Is there a killer app in mobility? No. All the applications, including Uber and e-commerce, became. So like e-commerce and fintech, the next decade will be for health tech. And that's where the point that you mentioned. Today, e-commerce has reached the village. Today, fintech has reached the village. You'll see in a similar way, health tech reaching the village. And that's the driving force for us, how connectivity is going to deliver that. So that was the part about connectivity and the primitives of those models being available. So the way you transition is from the large, nearer ones, which start establishing and validating and qualifying solution and slowly you spread it out. So it democratizes technology and access to healthcare. And India's biggest problem is healthcare access. It is not availability of quality healthcare. You can get the best care of best quality healthcare in the world in Bangalore. You want to get it into the tier 3 town? Not as much. So they have to come to the city. Now the idea is what point you mentioned. How do I successfully take it from the city to tier 2 to tier 3 and to the patient? Right? The patient will see you now. Thank you. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
I'm Sasank, I'm a student, and my question is towards Vinayak sir regarding 5G. We all know that data is majorly as important as an everyday necessity, sir. So I'm just asking if we can create an ecosystem of peer-to-peer bandwidth sharing. See, in India, data is relatively very cheap. It costs like 9 cents in India. If we take Finland as an example, it costs $2.14. So if we can see, my parents themselves waste like 50% of their daily data limit. So if we can share those remaining data to heavy users like myself or any other gamer or any other content creator, so I just want to ask if we can create an ecosystem of peer-to-peer bandwidth sharing, and does NGP, Nokia Growth Partners, support that initiative or startup?
Okay, so supposed to be a question for you, but it's directed to me. I'll take it. See what you mentioned about the kind of usage sharing, right? Typically means as in the networks do support all kind of applications, but the service providers are the one who are going to define how your usage and your data billing and all should happen. In case if there are some good ideas of doing that one and implementing that, we may first have to take it to the service providers who will then evaluate if it's a good. Of course, they would have already been heard about this kind of ideas already, but could be there is reason why they have not done. But if we are able to convince them, of course, and then we feel that it's a good idea and there are customers for that, Nokia Growth Fund can definitely look into that one. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think that was
We have one more speaker, so I would want to hold before we start the next set of questions. So we did hear from, thanks Ravi.
Thank you.
We did hear from 2 startups. Our ecosystem also have academia in it. They have a greater role to play. One, to create the knowledge base that is going to use this kind of 5G and its capabilities, and then also to be innovative and bring together the students. So we have a IISc professor, Mr. Amratur Bharadwaj. Maybe he can share his collaboration with Nokia and also what we are doing in what we have as Center of Excellence. Over to you.
Thank you, Vinayak. And thanks to all of you for staying towards the end. I'll keep my presentation brief. Is it IISc is Indian Institute of Science. It's just down the road from here. We are about 110 years old, but I realize that we are still younger than Nokia. But it's really good for our institutions to come together and create this partnership. We are thankful to Nokia for giving a philanthropic grant to create this new center for networked robotics. And this is really built on this premise that, with 5G coming in and in the future 6G, right? How will it change the way we design automated machines, robots, right? So that is really the main driving question for us. How can we use this, capabilities of 5G? And I'm kind of saying 5G plus because 5G itself is going to evolve over the next 4 or 5 years, and then it will transform into 6G. And really, how do we kind of put it to new users, right? And Vinayak already identified 6 different use cases he had mentioned, right? And why is this kind of interesting, right? And I think some of the speakers already mentioned that 5G itself is a little different from 4G and 3G, right? If you just look at the technical capabilities of 5G, right? It's supposed to be ultra reliable and very low latency, and Vinayak already mentioned that 1 millisecond latency and reliability, maybe 5 nines or something like that, which means that it should be as good as connecting something through a wire, right? And so if my wireless is as good as a wire, it kind of changes the way I should think about how to design these systems, because I can now kind of make things more distributed, right? The control for a machine need not be in the machine, it can be outside the machine, for example, right? So that is something very interesting. And how do you kind of really look at this in a more systematic way? How do you explore different issues? How do you kind of really work it out? So that's kind of one of the areas we are very interested in. High data rates. Being able to kind of source data from cameras, high definition cameras which are put on these machines. Again, it's very important. And 5G enables that capability in there. Finally, 5G is also introducing some new capabilities which are not there in 4G and not as good as what is being promised, which is locationing. Right? 5G will allow us to kind of know where things are in a much more precise way, especially indoor where you don't have GPS. Right? So suddenly that kind of becomes very interesting. How do you take advantage of that when you design your solutions based on that? Going beyond 5G and 5G++ and 6G, 6G will bring in one more capability, which is sensing. I can not only use my radio for communication, but I can also use it to sense. I can see if people are around. I can see through walls, things like that. So, of course, we are still not there, but this is where communications is changing, right? And we need to kind of start from looking at how we can bring all these capabilities into designing new use cases. Just to give you a very simple example, right? Unfortunately, the video will not play in this particular PowerPoint, because of the formatting issue. But I just wanted to illustrate how, we can use this technology of 5G, right? Imagine that I have a robot which is blind. Okay, it cannot see, but there are eyes which are outside the robot. In this example, the eye is a camera which is looking into the floor, and the robot which is on the right side is blind, but because of the high-speed wireless communication, the robot is still able to navigate properly and stop when someone comes in front of it. So suddenly what it does is that my sensors, my compute, and my machine, they can all be separated out, right? Because and they can all be connected with a very high reliable, low latency connection. And just kind of showing some examples of how you can actually improve the capability of a robot. I won't go through the numbers, but every even row out there is kind of showing how the numbers, which is the errors, are lower than the odd row, right? The one above that. For example, if you take the first 2 rows, 5.7 and 1.7. When I use my network and use sensors which are outside and use my low latency network, I can improve the performance of my robot, and and this way we can improve operation of the machines. So going forward, we are actually embarking on a new initiative, a new program in this particular center, along with Nokia, but also with other partners, industry partners, and hopefully our startups and so on. And I think, as Vinayak mentioned, we want to kind of see how we can create a platform which will enable new technologies, new innovations to actually get developed and showcased, right? So this is a very specific kind of test bed we are thinking about, and I think this encompasses 5 of the 6 use cases which Vinayak kind of mentioned in this particular test bed. We have operation of machines, so we want to see how we can have these machines which are used in, say trucks and bulldozers and so on in various places like mines, maybe garbage dumps, construction sites, and so on, right? And some of these places are very hazardous. Having people in those machines, in those trucks, it's kind of not good for the health, right? But with 5G and the technology, there is a promise that you can now separate out people who are operating the machines from the physical location of the machines. And this is essentially the initiative we are putting together as a next step, along with Nokia and other kind of consortium partners as we go forward. And we are very excited by this, and hopefully it will lead to some very interesting new innovations. It will enable new startups also to come up. And with that, I thank you very much for staying so late and listening. And thank you. I thank Nokia.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a co-founder of a semiconductor company which focus on wireless domain. So there are two main challenges that we face. First one is we are not really updated on the exact requirement when it comes to biomedical products. Second thing is, even if there are some specific semiconductor IPs that we develop, then there are a lot of compliance requirements that comes in picture that act as a roadblock to the entire activity. So do Nokia do such kind of bridging activity, or is there something that we can collaborate in future?
I think we can explore the options. We haven't done semiconductor level standards or anything related to that in Bangalore. But of course, we can explore opportunities, and in case, for example, our other sites which are developing the system on chip and all, they could be interested, and then we can try it out. I would be happy to share my connects with you, so then we can discuss that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I thank all the panelists of this session. I thank once again Mr. Vinayak Andan Gaudar, Head of Location Development, Nokia, Ms. Sania Jeswani, Co-founder and CEO, Pertech Tech Private Limited, Mr. Ravi Chivukula, CEO, the Heart Health Technologies, and Dr. Yukka Holappa, Country Director, India Business Finland, and Professor Bharadwaj from IISc for the insights on 5G. Thank you all once again. I thank all the delegates. Thank you all.